time being 5:59 or 6:01 or depending guess. Do we have a quorum?
Not at this point.
I don't see everybody. But maybe I'm not seeing everybody. I mean, you know what I mean?
See everybody, but I don't see who I want to see. So
yeah, I mean, I know that Sumner was not going to be here, right?
And George won't make it either.
And
So-
Ben isn't making it for part of it, right? Does he get it?
I'm waiting for Commissioner Waller and Commissioner White. That said, they would be here. And if not, I guess we'll do what we did last time.
Yeah, which is problematic.
Not good. It's not good. It happens. No
Problematic was very diplomatic of you there, Carl.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah. Oh, we have a quorum. Hi, Joy.
Good evening.
Let me look over here and see if Pete's over here.
Oh, good point. Oh, there he is.
No.
He just popped in.
Oh, there he is. Okay, cool. Hi, Pete.
Hey, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good, thanks.
Excellent. I think that's it for the first hearing. Is that correct? 5 of us?
That's right, Marco.
Thank you, Gretchen. I think that's what I was told. Okay, excellent. So everybody ready?
Yep.
Cool. All right. Time being 6:01, I call to order the City of Glenwood Springs Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. This is our regular meeting. It is April the 27th, 2021. And we are still on Zoom. One more time, maybe 2 more times, who knows? The webinar ID is 842-8830-5029 to join in. And if you want to do it via phone, you can dial 1-669-900-6833. And I think that was all the information for that. And let's see, I guess we could do this now. I'm entertaining a quick motion to seat our alternate, Commissioner Waller.
So move.
Thank you.
I can second.
Moved in second, excellent. We can't really do I votes, so Jen, would you please call for the question quick?
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaver, Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Schachter, Commissioner Wissing,
Yes.
Commissioner West. Motion passes.
Thank you. Excellent. Now we can do the roll call and most everybody's there. So please, Jen.
Okay. Let's see. We'll go back through this. Commissioner Dem,
I'm here.
Commissioner Shaver, Commissioner Sipperly,
Here.
Commissioner White,
Here.
Commissioner Schachter, Commissioner Wissing,
Here.
Commissioner West, Commissioner Waller.
Here.
Excellent. Thank you, Jen. Thanks everybody for showing up and welcome everybody. Let's see, item 3 on the agenda tonight is receipt of the minutes. I assume those was last month's meeting. So I'm entertaining a motion to receive those minutes.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Excellent. Any discussion on the minutes? Oh yeah, raise your hand if you want to say anything, the little button there in the bottom. If none, no discussion, then I'll call for the question to receive the minutes.
Commissioner Wissing. Did she say yes? Commissioner Wissing. Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent, thank you. Item 4 on the agenda, as always, is comments from citizens appearing for items that are not on the agenda. Nothing to do with our hearings. If you have anything else to say, raise your hand. Switch over quick and I'll see none. So we'll move on to our first continued hearing tonight. And this is Planning File 64-20, consideration of a minor site architectural plan to add 5 new dwelling units at 405 Laurel Street.
Okay, that's Marco, that's my application item. So Jen, if you could promote Leah Mayer and Romeo. And while you're doing that, I'm going to, with your permission, share my screen. So I'll go ahead here. Just as a reminder, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered this application at its March 23rd meeting where you heard staff and applicant presentations and excuse me, you also took public comment. You then continued the meeting to April 6th, but due to an issue with Zoom, an error in the wrong posted Zoom link on the city's website, you did not discuss this item. Instead, you continued this application to tonight's agenda. So real quick here, I'm going to go through these. All right, so just as a reminder, I am recommending that you approve the minor site architectural plan for the addition of 5 units on this property that already has 5 existing units. I've got 3 suggested findings, which you see here on the screen, and then also several suggested conditions. I want to let you know that in the red font, I am recommending one modification, and that is to conditions 4, C, and D, specifically that address creating an internal pedestrian walkway that connects the public sidewalk with the parking area and then all of the residential buildings. So I had my recommendation was fairly specific in that it required a detached 5-foot wide sidewalk on both the north and the south sides. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with my voice here. Sorry about that. On both the north and the south sides of the property. And instead, I'm recommending that you give the developer, the owner, some flexibility here. So I'm recommending that you actually combine C and D. So the condition reads that the developer or owner is required to add a detached 5-foot wide sidewalk that links the public sidewalk on both the south and the north sides of the driveway to provide a meaningful, convenient link between the new public sidewalk that will be along Laurel and the 5-space parking area in each residential dwelling. So the issue here is that with my previous very specific condition of approval that required a sidewalk roughly in this area, if you can see my cursor, that would have resulted in the elimination of most of this green area and the landscaping between the parking area and this existing dwelling unit or the existing apartment. Instead, like I said before, I would like to give the developer some flexibility in thinking about their sidewalk connections internally on this property. One thing I want to mention is that there is an existing sidewalk in this area, but it is right now, it's a substandard size sidewalk. So it's historic to this original home. And it actually does provide a link internally from the street from Laurel inside the building here into a common area for all of those apartment units that are existing. And I think there's, if I remember right, there's three apartments here in this the old house. So for example, the owner could beef up, in other words, increase the width of this walkway, and then also provide a walkway down in this area that connects all of the residences on this property and the parking area here, and that would suffice to meet this condition. So like I said, that I'm recommending that you combine these two conditions. Then the other thing that I just wanted to mention, just as a reminder, is that at the last meeting, we talked about this south elevation, which is here. The condition was that the owner needed to revise this building elevation to comply with the height transition requirements that are in the residential design standards. And specifically, that is that because there is a single-family, single-story dwelling immediately adjacent. That wasn't me, I promise. So I lost my train of thought here. Okay. So there needs to be a height transition, a step down requirement on this elevation. So I just want to clarify that modifying this building exterior may actually result in some floor plan modifications. For example, removing some of the tandem parking spaces that you see here. There's tandem, here's a tandem, there's a tandem. But I want to make it clear that that there will be no greater reduction in the on-site parking than the 3 spaces that were already approved by the director. So hopefully that makes sense. And I will open it up for any questions that you have of me. And I just wanted to mention that hopefully the architect Leah and engineer Romeo are with us, just in case you've got questions of them as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Gretchen.
Sure, I can stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
a quick question, that 5-foot sidewalk thing that you're doing with C and D combined.
Yes,
Basically, all you're saying is, let's make sure we connect all the buildings.
that is what I'm saying.
Okay, excellent. That's what I got. So, very good. Back to the commission, and let's see. Pete has raised his hand. Commissioner Waller, please.
Oh, he's muted.
You're muted.
Put the screen back up that shows the tandem parking spaces.
Okay. Let's see.
And I thought your voice was beautiful, if that was you
No,
singing.
sorry, it's allergies this time of year.
No, it was a beautiful singing voice. The singing voice was good. Okay, so what my question, it's kind of a, so one is, did I understand you right? I mean, one is you said there's still going to be short 1 parking space on site. I mean, that was kind of.
That is current. Yep.
Okay, so, but then did you say as the elevation changed, were they losing 3 tandem spaces?
They could, in theory, lose a total. So the on-site parking requirement might be 3 spaces short of the code requirement. But if you recall, back in November, December, the director approved, as is her purview under the code, a parking alternative. So they are allowed to utilize on-street parking. And then we recognize the proximity to transit, an active transit stop. And then also they're providing bicycle parking more than what the code requires. So what I'm saying is that with the modifications that are required for that elevation to step down, they may be losing some tandem parking spaces, but they cannot lose more than the 3 spaces that are already approved by the director.
So, and they've already lost, I mean, there's already one offsite one, right?
Yes,
So you're saying there would be 2 more? I
2
mean,
more
Could possibly be 2 more max. And
max.
okay. And I guess, so I think you did a good job explaining Jen's logic. I don't know, Jen, if you have anything to add to that of approving it with kind of a variance with the offsite parking. Anything else to add on that, or?
I didn't have anything to add.
Okay. And then I guess the one other question I had kind of along with that, I know that you had in there, and I'm assuming it was in the conditions, but is that with the leases that are done, that they say that people can only have 1 car or one vehicle.
For the
I guess.
1 bedroom, yeah, to clarify, for the 1 bedroom units, I believe is what I had said.
Okay,
And
and
they need-
when I drive by there, I see you can park. There's no one parked right across the street, and the street's kind of narrow, but it doesn't say no parking there. So I think
Right.
across the street going north, you can probably park there.
Yeah, there's two side parking on Laurel.
Yeah, okay. And I guess one other question. So is there a sidewalk going along Laurel? That little,
No,
is that just a setback line?
so that's a setback. So part of this application is that the owner is going to have to construct a sidewalk along Laurel. And we required that of the Antlers Hotel when it was doing some of its remodeling projects.
Right.
And due to the narrowness of Laurel and some other issues, I think that we allowed them to have, so it's going to be a detached sidewalk. So in other words, there's going to be a little bit of a landscape buffer between the curb and the sidewalk.
Right.
But the sidewalk is going to be, I think it's 5 feet wide. Should have looked that up. Yeah.
I think it is. And then that's the setback too, probably, but it looks like there's a lot of right of way
There
between
is.
the road and the property line. And I'm assuming that can the sidewalk be inside in that right of way?
Well, yeah, the sidewalk will be in that right of way, but it'll be more towards the actual travel lane.
Yeah, towards Laurel. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And then one last question I had was, I thought I saw Matt was on or something, but for engineering, I kind of looked at the traffic study, that was kind of the public comment was on parking and the traffic study, but I mean, was engineering good with the traffic study or?
Well, yeah, I believe that the question was, or the comment was about the addition that was used in the ITE for the generation of traffic to the property. And I met virtually with Jessica Bowser in the engineering department, and then Romeo, who's the engineer for the project. And it was pointed out to me that I think it was the 1998 ITE that was used, actually had a higher rate of traffic for this type of development than the most up-to-date version of the ITE would require. But again, I'm going to ask that Romeo verify the information that I'm providing to you.
Good evening. This is Romeo Bailosis with RB Civil. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the introduction, Gretchen. Actually, the calculations that are provided in our December 22nd traffic analysis were from ITE 10th edition supplement. So that is the most current from 2020. And I did double check with my calculations that, in fact, the traffic trips and those numbers are actually less than what we submitted in the December 22nd traffic letter. That's a general summary of the basis of our calculation and my findings of double checking our numbers after the public comment period and discussions with Jessica Bowser and our team.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Thank you. Gretchen, I had one question about the sidewalk requirement that you've modified. It appeared as though you were requiring both a north and south sidewalk. Are you meaning that the path that exists into the existing house that has the apartments would count as a north sidewalk? And also with the sidewalk that serves the new development, I'm kind of wondering how a sidewalk would run along the south side of that. It would essentially be in front of the garage doors, which doesn't seem safe. And I totally appreciate wanting to save the vegetation between the proposed outdoor parking and the existing house. So are we not allowed to just walk across the parking lot to access the sidewalk? I'm curious how this works.
Good question. Thank you. So yes, you're correct about the north sidewalk. That would suffice for a sidewalk connecting to the existing dwelling. I was wanting another sidewalk that connected the fourplex to the other dwellings on the property. And I was using an example of a prior approval, and I realized that that's a little sketchy, but the Solstice development, if you recall, the commissioners that reviewed that application, there was a sidewalk that we approved. I lost my cursor. Wonderful. There was a sidewalk that we approved at that time that ran in front of the garage doors on that project. But there was a delineation of there was a different material. So for example, if this is all asphalt, then the pedestrian sidewalk or the walkway would be a different type of material. It could be concrete, it could be colored concrete, it could be raised. So I'm just leaving that up to the project designers for this project to think about the requirement and provide a reasonable connection that then would be reviewed and approved by the director. And if there is not any kind of agreement regarding that connection and meeting this condition of approval, then you all would see this issue again before you.
Okay, so it's mostly a visual delineation. It's not actually serving to protect any pedestrians or keep any vehicles off of the sidewalk, or
Correct.
Because it couldn't be a different grade,
No.
it couldn't be vertically separated.
That's correct.
But for would you, that wouldn't count running a sidewalk along the north part of their new driveway and just dumping it onto the back out turnaround parking spot, right?
Right.
I see. Okay, and my other question, might be better directed towards the design team, but I was wondering, why don't the applicants just add one additional off-street parking spot to the right of where there are already 5 of them, thereby getting the one stray car that's parking on the street that is of much concern to the neighbors to be not an issue?
I'll let them answer, but it could have everything to do with the potential removal of an existing tree.
Mhm.
And it's a very
Romeo.
it's a mature tree.
Okay,
But Romeo, please.
Sure. In the quick answer to that is our team has looked at the layout of the 5 parking spaces there that was referred to. Adding one additional parking spot there would interfere with that very large existing cottonwood tree, I believe, that appears as that large circle.
yeah.
So yes, there is a conflict with that tree.
And Gretchen, as a required parking space, this has to be asphalt. It can't be a permeable surface, am I right?
No, I think the engineering department could, with the city engineer's approval, could approve permeable pavers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I'd like us to think about that, but it might be a little late in the game. I just realized that one of the primary concerns from the neighborhood is parking impacts on their street. But that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? No, I see none. I got a couple of questions. So the question was raised whether we can add a parking spot towards the tree. And no, because the tree would suffer. How about on the west side? I can't see the blueprint close enough. What if these 5 spaces could be shifted just a little bit to get enough out of the east to add one on the west?
To the west, there is a dumpster.
That could be moved.
It could be.
I guess I'm just, I know it's been approved, but if we can get that last spot off the street or last space off the street, that would probably help.
And keep in mind, though, if they do need to modify the design of the fourplex, there might still be 2 spots that are parked on street.
Right. That was actually my next question.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm throwing this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space placement question out there. If we could move it so we can add another space, it's a thought. I don't know if we can, might be too late in the game, like Carolyn said. The other question I had was running the risk of potentially losing tandem parking spaces. Can we change or omit that condition that would trigger that?
I'm not understanding your question.
Well, could we basically get rid of the design aspect in order to save the parking?
That would have to be a variance.
As soon as we do go in there, we can't just, it would trigger a variance.
It would. And right now, it would be the hardship, all those hardship criteria, because this application was submitted where they have to meet all 7 of the criteria. Yeah.
Right. Again, this is a side note, but this is no flexibility in the code.
Yeah.
At all.
That's right.
Something to think about on another night. Okay, so that would not help at all because I really don't want to lose any more parking.
I guess
I don't want to trigger variance either. That would be absolutely terrifying.
right, and I'm not sure that staff, I'm talking hypothetically, so I won't do that. Romeo, I'm wondering if you could weigh in on the potential of adding a spot near about where the dumpster is, because that last spot is extra wide for handicap parking.
Sure. To answer your question about adding a parking spot on that west side of the row and shifting the trash enclosure dumpster area to the west. In this layout you have on the screen now, we did in fact extend the parking lot to the west along with the sidewalks connecting all the buildings on the west side. It does appear that we could fit a 9-foot wide or standard sized parking space there. There is some grade drop off there. It appears maybe that would be 1, 2, 3, maybe 2.5 feet tall. So some type of retaining would be incorporated with the stairs, the steps going down. But to answer your question, yes, I believe that could be incorporated into our design.
Well, that's good news, I would say. Even if we maybe lose a tandem spot here and there, at least we gained one, so it's not as bad. And the other thing is on that south facade where we're looking for a height variation, does that have to be a big structural change, or can it just be a visual something in the roof line?
It can be a visual something in the roof line.
It doesn't have to be part of the actual building. I mean, it's on the building, but it doesn't have to be part of the main construction, right? It could really just be, hey, we're just looking for a break here.
Well, yeah, the design standards have a small menu of options that the architect designers can select from, and adding elements to the exterior of the building is certainly an option. One of the issues here, though, is the proximity of the building to the property line. So, we need to be careful of that.
Right, but if you stay in plane with the facade and not bump out, it's all about height. It's not about depth.
Yeah, there's actually, Marco, there are a couple. There is a depth requirement too.
Okay, I vaguely see the building envelope, the setback line. I see It looks like they got maybe about 16 inches between building and setback. It looks like it's over a foot. I'm just saying maybe this could be something, I don't know, more of a visual impact than an actual structural change.
It could be.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then I feel pretty confident that they can come up with something. That's how I see it, I think.
And since the last meeting, I have been working with the design team, and they are thinking about how to meet the step down requirement. So I know that they're actively working on this.
Okay. Yeah, because I really don't, if we can add a parking spot and we don't lose any, I think we're winning. So anyway, thank you, Gretchen. Any questions to staff from the commission? Raise your hand, please. See none. Would the applicant care to add to the presentation? No, all good. Everything's been said.
This is Leah Mayer. Sorry.
Hi, Leah.
I'm the architect. I hear what you're saying, I guess, about that you do feel that it's a priority not to lose some parking spaces or to try and keep them all on site. I went through those conditions of the architectural height transition, and it just isn't, it doesn't feel very easy to do that. I think that we will end up losing a couple of spaces inside that building, but we're doing what we can. and we'll keep in mind your comments.
So the math is, looks like we may have gained one, but we may lose two, so we're still one shy.
You'd be too shy.
I think we're gonna, if
Oh,
we
because
put one back on site, we'll be too shy,
That'd be
yes.
too shy. Hmm.
Which, when we were doing the math with the community development director, with 3 parking spaces fit in front of our site easily. Just literally, if you park them directly in front of the site. But we'll do our best.
Well, the condition stands, so you're gonna have to do something. I think, so. Okay, well, thank you. Anything else? Let's see, Commissioner Waller, please.
Yeah, I have a question, Leah, is so what's kind of the, how long do you think before you know? It's because it sounds like you've been kind of working with Gretchen some already, are you
I
pretty
have.
close?
I sent her new plans, site plan and elevations last week. So we had a couple conversations about the high transitions and how that's going to work. And then I've sent her some information that I think she hasn't gotten to yet, but we're working on it actively.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
So, Marco, can I jump
Yeah.
in here? So the height transition, according to the code, there are 4 options. And in order to provide the codified transition, you have to use at least 3 of these 4 techniques. And Lee is actually right. They're not easy peasy to achieve. One of them is utilizing dormers and sloping roofs. Another is utilizing roof pitch and overhang that's similar to the adjacent single-family home. Providing variations in the side building wall. So that's the insert, the step in along the shared property line. And then the other one is stepping down building height and mass along the property line to actually meet the height of the existing neighboring home. So they are challenging, but I want to assure you all that I am working with the architect, Leah, and the design team to come up with a solution. But also failing that, they will have to come before you with a variance request.
Right.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
just to clarify, we go in front of them with a variance request if we can't meet those standards.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Unfortunately. The overhang, can't the overhang protrude into the setback as long as it's not touching the ground?
18 inches it can.
18 inches into it or 18 inches above ground?
Well, overhang be the above.
You're just talking about the eave, or you're actually talking about a dormer that could stick out, or
No,
window
it's
or something?
an eave.
Just an eave?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner White.
Gretchen, I know at the last meeting you discussed zoning and off-street parking, but could you remind me, we have a lot of off-street parking downtown. What is the difference in the zoning here?
This property is located in the, just getting it here. Is it pink? M1 mixed-use corridor zoning district. And downtown, for the most part, is M2, which is the downtown commercial. Much of downtown is in the GID, where providing off-street parking is not required. I don't know if that actually even answers your question.
So this zoning does require off-street parking then?
It does, depending upon the use.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? to staff or the applicant? I'll see none. Thank you. Gretchen, did we have any additional comments? Public
We
comment?
didn't. The package that you received for tonight's meeting is up to date.
Up to date. Excellent. So if nothing happened, then I will not reopen the public portion. Since you guys had a month to send us additional comments. And I think we're going to move on into a motion, just in planning item 6420. Let's see, planning file 6420, entertaining a motion, consideration of a minor site architectural plan to add 5 new dwelling units at 405 Laurel Street. Commissioner Zipperly.
I move to continue planning item 6420, minor site architectural plan review, because the transition to the residential area to the south has not yet been resolved, and because there seems to be a threat in reduction of parking spaces, perhaps related to that. I think I would rather see us iron out just a few more of these details and make sure we get as much parking on site as we can, and offer our design team a chance to come up with an amenable solution for everyone. With the findings and conditions on page 9 and 10 of the March 23rd staff report.
All right, thank you. We have a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and a second. Open for discussion. Please raise your hand if you'd like to discuss. And we'll start with Commissioner Zipperly.
I'm looking at the south elevation in the architectural set, and I do see the second floor has a line indicating a plate height of 8 feet, but that is clearly below the roof overhang. And I just sort of wanted to wonder or suggest that maybe that plate height could be lowered to further comply with our design guidelines. And perhaps that would not so much impact the tandem parking below. I can't quite see how changes to the roof affect the tandem parking, but it must be something a little more complicated than I am willing to understand.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Waller.
My question was, Carolyn brought up the issue to the south. And I mean, I know there's a residence there. Is that what you're talking about, Carolyn? That there's the residence that's to the south there? Is there a conflict there?
Well, the requirement for there being a transition between this multifamily and that residential use that Gretchen and Leah have been working on over the last several weeks.
Okay. Yeah, that place is kind of surrounded, isn't it, by commercial stuff behind it. And if this happens, then it's definitely surrounded. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'm not sure. I'm a little apprehensive to continue this again, just because the off-site parking was approved by the community development, and I think they have 3 spaces that they're allowed to do, and I understand that parking is tight around there. But if we end up with 2, I'm still hopeful that they can fix the south facade one way or another. If I don't know what to do. So I'm not 100% sure I want to continue because it's been dragging on for a while, but I do understand your concern, Carolyn, of not having all the answers on that south facade. I totally get it. So I'm still thinking, I guess, listen to more discussion. But I do believe, due to the fact that 3 off-site spaces were approved by the department, I feel we should or could move forward. But anyway, Commissioner Wissing, please.
I guess I can sort of echo what you're saying, Marco. I would be inclined to approve, knowing that Gretchen and the team are working diligently on figuring out a solution, and it would just kick to a variance, which would not be ideal for anyone. So I believe that the incentive to get this solved is pretty high in this situation.
Very good point. Thank you. Commissioner White.
I think I'm just echoing what Amber and you said. It just seems that if we approve and they can't meet conditions, then they're gonna have to come back anyway. So it seems a little redundant to come back to this again.
Sounds good. Thank you. And Commissioner Waller.
I agree with Amber and Joy. And because it seems like they would have to come back. I mean, I would almost like to say that if they can't get all the parking places on site, you know, I like the thing that you and Carolyn came up with, getting another spot, another parking spot across from the garage was a good idea. And hopefully they can get that worked out. And if they can't, then they come back with a variance. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
For the south facade, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is the commission go in a different direction than the motion we have on the table. So Commissioner Zipperly, would you like to withdraw your motion? Do you want us to vote on it?
No, I will withdraw my motion and let someone else make another motion.
Excellent, thank you. We also need Commissioner Waller to withdraw your second, please.
I'll withdraw my second.
Thank you. Back to not square one, but back to the beginning. Entertaining a motion in planning item 64-20, consideration of a minor site architectural plan to add 5 new dwelling units to 405 Laurel Street.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Could you please state the findings and the conditions?
It just seems consistent with the code, and I'm new to this process, so what am I supposed to do, Marco?
Just basically read says with finding on page 9 and conditions on page 9 and 10.
Oh goodness, I gotta read them all.
No, you don't have to. You just have to sum them up.
Oh, okay, I need to find them first. Maybe somebody else should approve. This is very clunky, I'm sorry. Still learning.
Just you're doing great. Just go with based
Page 9, you said?
based on the findings on page 9.
Okay, based on the findings in page 9
Conditions on page 9.
and the conditions on page 9.
Awesome. We have
Right, guys.
a motion to approve. First motion, Commissioner White. Good
Oh,
job.
I'm red.
Doing great. No problem. Looking for a second.
I can second.
And a second. Excellent. Any more discussion in this? No, I see none. Commissioner Waller, your hand's up. And you're muted.
Sorry. Should we add the condition that that they add another parking place, another parking spot across from the garage, or is that already in there because that was part of the conversation? Do we need to add that in as another condition?
And Romeo agreed to it verbally, so I think we're okay. Carl, are we okay with that?
You could do it either way, honestly. If you wanted it to be clear, you could include it. But I think it's it's part of the findings.
And Marco, if I might interrupt,
Yeah.
I need the amended condition for C and D, which combines those two that I talked about.
Correct. So
Okay, thank you.
couple things. Commissioner White, first of all, we need you to state the amended conditions that C and D is combined now.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. So
It's okay. It's all good. Just say what he said.
say what he said.
The,
That the amended conditions remove C and D from,
Combine them.
combined them, yes.
that's
And amended, yes.
excellent. And are you inclined to add a condition to add a parking spot on the row of 5? Or
It sounds like we collectively would like that, so yes, I would add that.
Excellent. So we have an added condition that they will add a parking spot, increase it to 6. I guess we need to amend the second as well.
I amend my second.
Excellent. Great. Okay, everybody happy with the motion on the table? Anything good? Awesome. Then I'll call for the question. This is approved, to approve, by the way. Call for the question.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Wissing,
Approve.
Commissioner Waller,
Yes.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good luck to the applicant. I hope you can figure out the south facade and it won't trigger a variance. So good luck to you. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Thank you, Gretchen, for all your work. And thank you, Commissioner White. That was great. You did it. There's always a first for everything. You did it. So let's see, moving on. I don't even know where we are. Here we are. To our second continued hearing, which is planning file 9-20, consideration of an annexation and the initial zoning rezoning of 15.818 acres to commercial district and planned unit development district at 214 Center Drive. And it looks like we have quite a few people to promote here. So there's
Marco, can I jump in? Ben, I just contacted him, so he is going to join the meeting now.
oh, let's do that before we jump
Oh.
into this.
Okay. And Jen, I don't know if he's in the attendee section. I just talked to him, so maybe it'll take him a couple minutes to
Okay,
sign.
well, while
I
we're
think he
waiting,
should be with us now, maybe.
He is right now.
Yes, Ben. So I acknowledge Ben West to join the meeting for tonight. Since he is not an alternate, we don't have to seat him. He's a regular commissioner. So welcome, Commissioner West. And I got to go through this list quick to promote a few people. So give me a couple of minutes here. I wish this was alphabetized. It would be so much easier, but it's not. So just gonna go through, and if I miss somebody, raise your hand, just in case. Curtis Rowe. Bird, Dan Kessler. I don't know what happened. Who am I missing?
I think you are,
Who am I missing? I'm
you're,
missing.
you're,
It's
you're on the right track there. You got one more John Demos that's in the attendees list,
I
Mr.
saw-
Chairman.
right
And
here. Paul, I can't find Paul. And Oh, there you go. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Put you over there. And Tim Baird and Paul Shermer. Again, like last time, there's one Tim here, but no last name. Is that him? Does anybody know?
Not sure,
Which,
Mr. Chairman, but perhaps the applicant can inform us if someone else needs
Okay.
to jump in.
How are we looking? Is this it?
Looks pretty good so far.
Okay. If I missed anybody, please raise your hand. Let's do it that way. If I missed anybody that should be promoted, raise your hand in the attendees part here and I'll get you over. Oh, Porter. Who's Porter?
I believe the 513 area code may be Paul.
Is that Paul? Would you like to be promoted to a panelist? 513-479.
Yep.
4396. Raise your hand. If you, oh, I don't know. What is it? *9 to raise your hand?
That is him, Mr. Chairman.
That is
At
him.
least that's Paul.
I cannot move him over.
I think you can just allow him to talk, I think, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Fine. Okay. So that was it. That was it. Let's go with that. And if I missed somebody, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it intentionally. So anyway, Trent, I think you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to all the planning and zoning commissioners and those in attendance tonight. Of course, we continued this item from last month's March 23rd meeting to this evening. And at that meeting, between folks that were in attendance during the public comment session, as well as the conversation that was held by the Planning and Zoning Commission, there were a couple of issues that were brought forth that staff asked the applicant to look into further, and they would like to address some of those. But I did want to point out some of the things that were included in your packet tonight that are related. Of course, we did include all the additional public comment that was received since the since the March 23rd meeting. Additionally, you'll find a memo from our Public Works Director, which addresses water availability and demand and needs for the project. We also heard conversation about the lack of capacity or design for Melray Road. The applicant has provided a roadway section for that addresses some of those issues, as well as provides for pedestrian amenities therein. There's also a lot of conversation about the various heights of buildings across the project in relation to the grade changes north to south. So you'll find a site cross section taken at 2 locations across the property that helps to address that. I know that the applicant would also like to address all these conversations, including some of the traffic questions that were asked or raised in terms of existing turning movements and those that would be proposed with the added traffic from this development. And also, one of the issues that was addressed by the commission and many of the folks in attendance was the concerns about evacuation in West Glenwood. And my staff report memo tonight addressed some of those issues and how the applicant would like to help out there. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have at this time. Like I said, though, the applicant does want to touch on all of these as well.
Okay, excellent. Let's start with questions to staff at this point. So Commission, please raise your hand and we'll get all those questions answered. And we'll start with Commissioner White, please. You're muted.
Hi, Trent. There seems to be a lot of adversity to the project as a whole. And I know we're not voting on the project, we're voting on whether we're annexing this project into the city. Could you touch in a just kind of a rudimentary way, if there was someone that was opposed to the project, what would be the benefits and the perils of annexing this project into the city?
Well, I think that if you were generally opposed, and ultimately this would be, city council's decision as you're providing a recommendation to them, there would not really be any consequence per se immediately related to the annexation, because again, there would still need to be a major site and architectural plan review application submitted by the applicant prior to any development. What the annexation is intending to do is to, one, just kind of address the requirements for the annexation and provide some guidance for what is anticipated, in terms of the PUD that's proposed. So, I would say, I don't know that there's really too much point in annexing if you don't, anticipate, at least wanting to consider the development in the future. But again, there's not too much of a consequence if there's no development permit that's actually applied for later.
Would the project have an easier time being approved if it just stayed in the county's jurisdiction? Or would they just go through the same process?
One of the reasons why they'd like to annex into the city is the need for certain services. Water service and electric service being the two primary services that are of need here. They could go through the county for a development process. I think the city would still have some control over what that looks like because, the need for water service. But, I can't tell you exactly what the guidelines of that would be through the county's process. I would say, of course, I'm an employee of the city, but, in terms of our control of what occurs on this property, I would certainly, want us to entertain an annexation because we would be the lead players in that development.
That was it. Excellent. Great. Any other questions to staff from the commission? Commissioner Waller, please.
Hey, Trent. Yeah, my questions are on page, about comp plan. I've got a couple of questions there. On page 10 of 16 of your staff report, one is preserve small town character while maintaining the livability of Glenwood Springs and increasing the vibrancy and commercial success of the downtown. And, I read through, your support of it. And I guess my question would be, that is one of the issues. And I know we're talking about annexation but if the PUD are the PUD requirements part of that as well for the annexation agreement that is done, or are the PUD requirements at a later time?
So, the annexation is accompanied by a PUD rezoning. And I think what we intend to do here, Pete, is to outline some of the stipulations of that PUD in terms of density, in terms of some of the contextual heights that we've talked about, some of the contextual building design. So yes, it would be subject to the PUD. Again, the development would not be approved until, a later date when a major site and architectural plan application was submitted.
Yeah, but the PUD, by doing the PUD, it kind of sets the stage for the development, then works within the confines of the PUD. Correct. So I guess my question then back to that part of the comp plan is like transitioning it from the existing Donegan, on the north side of Donegan to apartments and the building right there. That it's just a question I have on that. on this part of the comp plan. You don't really talk about it in your, I mean, we talk about the infill with pedestrian friendly and that sort of thing. But I guess a question that I have on the small town character is your take on the density of that development, or of this development, and by doing the PUD, it allows that type of density to occur, I guess, in heights, et cetera. So at least that's what I'm assuming. So.
Yeah, so, in terms of that table that's provided on pages 9 and 10 of the staff report, those are overarching goals that are
Right.
outlined in the comprehensive plan. And then there are, on the right-hand side of that, the objectives and strategies that one could utilize to achieve those goals. And you'll see things like developing according to the vision. That would be, the things that are outlined in the comprehensive plan specific to this property in this part of town, directing development into the city where services are allowed, and providing direction on annexations. In regards to the specifics about this site, one of the things that we kind of stressed with the applicant was, there needed to be smaller buildings, something that would provide a transition from the single family neighborhood to the north to the heavy commercial development that exists at the mall.
Right.
And that is, and certainly anticipated into the future with redevelopment therein.
Right. Yeah, what you said, that's, I think we heard that a lot from the public, and I think that's a deal to me. Okay, and another question I had was on the traffic study. And I would like to get engineering's take. I don't know if whomever that is on that, but there was some concern of the timing of when the traffic study was done, and was it done during COVID time? And we have Melray, Donegan, and I don't know, whatever that other road that goes up, by the Subaru dealership and that. So I'd like to hear engineering's take on that traffic study from going through it.
Jessica spent. Oh, so I'm sorry if there's an echo. Jessica, who's also on the call, spent the most time with the traffic study, but in general, we really both believe that, they did counts initially, and then we asked them to go and recount some intersections to include, traffic counts for the school. And, they really tried to create the most conservative estimate that they could. We, as a staff, have confidence in the counts that they did, even despite the COVID influence. They really did a good job of trying to I guess put a margin of error on the traffic counts that led to a conservative estimate.
Okay. Thanks, Terry.
And just to add to that, Pete, I know that the transportation engineer, Curtis Rowe, for the project does want to spend some time with you this evening, explaining that a little bit better. Okay.
And okay, then one other question I have, and I think the rest of my questions are probably things that the applicant will be talking about, but is, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't see comments from the fire department or police. And did I miss that in the package, or from the city departments, the police and the fire comments? I don't know if they're.
I don't think that you missed those, Pete. I don't remember us receiving any specific comments from the fire or police departments. However, there has been some consultation with them throughout the process.
Okay, that's all the questions I have at this time. Thanks, Trey.
Thank you, Pete. Commissioner White, please.
One of the public comments referenced the Cardiff Glen subdivision and how there were amenities promised for that subdivision that were never developed. Do we have a stipulation on when these amenities would be added to the PUD?
No stipulation currently, Joy. Those again are things that we would probably discuss in more detail in the major site and architectural plan review application. I know that the applicant does plan to do some development in phases, and we would certainly want to take a closer look, prior to the signing of a development agreement as to when certain improvements had to be constructed at the site.
Thank you. Any other questions to Trent from the commission? I see none right now. Hey, Trent, just a quick, it's more of a zoning thing here. I don't even know how to phrase this correctly, but they're going for a PUD with 360 units. Is that the idea?
Correct.
360. Okay. Could there be a higher density possible if they don't do a PUD?
I don't know, Marco. We'd have to see if they. We'd have to analyze that. I would say that in this circumstance, they went the PUD route to have more flexibility in some of the uses that are proposed, as opposed to an outright zone district standard like the restaurant that you see. That's an amenity.
More of a design thing too.
The live work. I don't really know about design per se. Because we still anticipate that they'll need to meet the applicable design standards that are outlined in the code, because the PUD doesn't go into specifics there. It is intended to give more of kind of a design theme, as you see in some of the building types. But I think, certainly they would be restricted to the 360 number maximum. And then, if there was anything less, that wouldn't be an issue.
Wouldn't be an issue. Okay. And in conjunction with the open space required, open space, parkland, whatever required, at this point, we're short some of it, right?
No, they are
No.
proposing the required common open space
Open space is a check.
per the code.
Okay. And we don't know if it could be a higher density even with the open space requirements. That's something that we will never know. Okay, I'm just curious if it could be any, if it could get worse from what we have.
I don't, in terms of number of units, no, that's set forth in the PUD. And then the requirements for open space are really based on the total acreage of the property. So, it's required at 20% regardless.
Of whatever you do.
Correct, for residential.
Okay, excellent. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you, Trent. Any other questions to staff? Commissioner Waller, please.
The question I had, so Trent, you mentioned, I don't know if it was Matt had done had some note on water and on the availability of water. I was wondering if, is that's a hot topic, after the fire last summer and as we continue on down the path. So I was wondering if I could just hear a quick update on that. I don't know if that's from Matt or Terry or.
All right, I'm trying to get my video started here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
This is kind of an unusual situation out here. A lot of times when we have water issues, it's because of irrigation. We use about 1 million gallons of water a day in the city of Glenwood Springs in the wintertime, and that jumps to 4 million gallons a day in the summertime because of use of irrigation. This property has water rights to the Reynolds and Kane ditch, and they plan on, and Trent can correct me on this if I'm incorrect, but they plan on using those water rights, or at least a portion of them, to irrigate the property, which is a significant bonus to the city, because then we'd just be providing treated water for treated water uses, AKA your shower, your sink, your dishwasher, whatever it is. So that reduces what we look at for their water consumption down significantly and gives us a consistent use. The use of the buildings will be fairly consistent across the day and from day to day, so that we know how much our tanks are going to draw down, how much water is going to be used. Irrigation then throws, if they were to use it, our domestic water for irrigation, that throws it out of whack. You don't know how much they're going to water one day, it may be drier, the sprinklers may come on. But since they intend to use irrigation water out of their shares of the Reynolds and Canes ditch, which is a very good ditch, we have shares in it also, then the concern for domestic water use is significantly less for us. The system currently can handle it. We have more than enough water rights. The reason we're rebuilding water plants right now and doing everything we are doing is to give the city water resiliency and to prepare us for future anything, basically. So we feel comfortable that we can supply this development with water.
Thanks.
Thank you for the information. And Commissioner Zipperly, please.
I also had a question regarding water. With the development this size, we can presume that they would be required to install fire suppression systems in the residences. And, many of the comments that have come in are about wildfire and evacuation and emergency preparedness. So I'm wondering if the sprinklers in this development are all going off because there's a fire coming and maybe some sparks get in. If they're running at full bore, is there enough water left for the firefighters of our community to actually fight said wildfire based on city services?
Trent, you want me to try to answer that one? So I'm not sure how detailed you want me to get on how fire sprinkler systems work. Fire sprinkler systems are set off by heat. They set off one head, generally speaking. The alarms may go off, but it's a head that's adjacent to the fire. You have to have a fire below the sprinkler before it will go off. So it's not like they're going to randomly go off because of heat and the fire adjacent to even the building. Exterior of the building could probably be on fire, but you have to have fire underneath the sprinkler head. So, we're also looking at, as a citywide improvement, part of the plan that we put forth the last 6 months is adding another water tank in the North Glenwood area in probably the 500,000 gallon range. So it's not, I can't imagine a fire sprinkler system where they would go off and all the buildings would be on fire and all these situations happening at the same time. But we are also aware that we do need to keep water volume in the city. So that's why we're planning for another water tank. We were doing that prior to this development even coming into being part of the conversation. So I think we have plenty of water out there. We're adding water capacity. And the fire sprinklers really shouldn't have a whole lot of conversation, be part of the conversation with a wildfire situation, to be honest with you. I know I probably didn't answer the question exactly the way you wanted it, but unless you want to go in depth on how fire sprinkler systems actually function and how the water is used.
No, I'm pretty good with that, but I just was concerned that if a wildfire hits the side of the building may actually be on fire on its entire western side, or a number of buildings. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Additional questions? Just that. I'll see none at this time. So thanks, Trent. Any of the applicants like to come forward and add to the application? Please just raise your hand and then state your name for the record. And that's that. And we got Barry Rosenberg, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to first acknowledge the city staff for all their work that they've done helping our team as we've kind of refined some of our thinking, trying to make sure that we address some of the concerns of the city and the community. I have read most of the comments for and against the project, along with comments made at the last P&Z meeting. I'd like to respond to the common themes that have come up: growth, emergency evacuation, traffic, affordable housing, water, which is just mentioned, height, which was also mentioned, and overall infrastructure is kind of how we've kind of summed up at least a lot of the different comments that have taken place. I'd also like to start by just at least talking a little bit about my family, because I think it's important. The company that we have is called R2 Partners, which is really R to the power of 2. And it's about empowering our family. My father's been developing properties for 61 years. Most of the properties that he's developed over those 61 years, and there's some pictures of them here in front of you, we still own today. And it's all been about creating community, long-term thinking, and integrity. I think this is why the Demos family chose to work with us. It was more of a family to family versus trying to bring in a large public company. I am familiar with this area. My family's been coming to the Roaring Fork Valley for 40 years, and my parents have lived in the Roaring Fork Valley for over 20 years. We've also owned several businesses in the valley as well. My wife's uncle was a pastor of the Glenwood Springs Church of Christ for over 12 years. So we do feel a strong connection to this community. As you look at some of these pictures below, I think it's just interesting to note that several of the pictures, particularly the bottom pictures, those are all properties that we own that are at least 45 to 50 years old. Again, what's interesting about our project is even after that, they're still yet categorized as Class A properties. I think also speaks to our long-term thinking. It's also maybe as a side note worth mentioning that two of the newest projects that were built in the city, which were Six Canyons and the Lofts, are now actually for sale, and those projects were just recently built. And the reason I think this matters, and it was interesting to us, is that when we first came and started meeting with some of the architects and the builders, the comment was asked of me, are you guys flippers or are you guys long-term holders? We thought it was an odd question. We've never been asked that. We only know how to build things one way, as if we're long-term owners and long-term thinkers. And I think that's important as you look at your community and the project that we're talking about today. Growth is coming to no matter what we do. Overall, the greater Roaring Fork Valley is growing annually at about 2.5%. It is important that we not acknowledge that Glenwood Springs sits in the middle of that growth. Change is happening, and we are all feeling that impact. What this project will do is open more housing for the area. Glenwood Springs has a housing shortage today of over 2,000 units. This is actually per a housing study that was done by all the municipalities back in April of 2019. And the expectation is that that shortfall will stay the same or get worse over the next 10 years. 48% of the employers in the greater Roaring Fork Valley say housing is the most serious problem for their business. We've had personal conversations with several of the large employers in the Glenwood community, and we intend to have more conversations. We have been working with our neighbor, the Two Rivers School, who supports this project because they need more housing options in order to recruit teachers. This is a common theme we're hearing from a lot of your service providers in the community. It's interesting to note that Urban Land Institute, one of the esteemed groups that we look at in real estate, started documenting the affordable housing crisis back in the mid-1970s. And the liberals and conservative economists have identified stringent zoning regulations and NIMBY politics, not in my backyard, as a leading cause for nation's housing problem in this country. Recently, cities like Minneapolis have removed single-family housing zoning and instead encouraged multi-dwelling units on what was once zoned as a single-family house. There are people in Glenwood that are pushing for single-family housing, but often more than one family is living in the homes within the city of Glenwood. Affordable housing is a long-term problem that is only going to be solved by allowing density within the city, particularly in a geographically constrained area like Glenwood. Emergency evacuation, which was obviously a big topic and a major consideration throughout Glenwood Springs, is an interesting point. In talking to the city staff, emergency evacuation is primarily a traffic management issue and is also a multi-jurisdictional issue. We are not adding to the problem, but we want to be part of the solution, which is why we will contribute a traffic engineer's time at our cost in order to jumpstart a traffic management plan. The other thing that was discussed is traffic. As part of this development, we are planning to spend over $3 million of private funds on off-site roads. The overall traffic, we believe, will be better in West Glenwood when we are complete. Curtis, our traffic engineer, will, part of this presentation, walk you through it. But I want to hit 4 of the key points. One is we will be creating a bike and pedestrian trail along with street parking on Dunnigan and Storm King around our site. Number 2, we will also complete the Dunnigan Pike and pedestrian path beyond our property and will connect it to Melray and to the soccer fields. This will complete the bike and pedestrian loop in West Glenwood. And I think more importantly, it will provide a safe path for the kids to be able to walk to and from school along Dunnigan, as opposed to what's occurring today where they're walking on an active street. We will be upgrading Melray Road with a pedestrian path along with stormwater improvements. This will create better traffic flow, which again is an issue that exists today. We will also be reworking the interchange at Dunnigan and Highway 6, which is an issue today, which again is all about creating better traffic flow. I think it's important also we are, and this was before the zoning was passed or the ordinance was passed, but we are providing 10% of affordable housing on this project, which would create 36 affordable units. This project, as part of being annexed into the city, would be subject to impact fees. The overall impact fees for this project is going to be over $3.5 million. These are dollars, much needed dollars, in talking to city staff, that will go to the parked land, to schools, water and sewer infrastructure, all within Glenwood Springs. We've talked about water, and as was pointed out, the current water infrastructure is already in place to support this project. Water customers are paying rates today based on the current operating cost. With our project, the cost per capita should actually go down. It was also pointed out that we are bringing existing and reliable water rights as part of the annexation. We are not using any city water rights for irrigation. These water rights will be available for the project to use, so we will not be impacting water restrictions, particularly during the summer. Height was also talked about, and we have only 2-story buildings along Dunnigan, and the heights will only increase as you get closer to the mall, as was discussed. Our architects, HCM, will provide a cross-section along with a perspective to show how views along Dunnigan will not be impacted due to the dramatic slope of the site. The infrastructure for this site, water, sewer, storm, fiber, gas, all of that was put into place when the mall was developed. This was done as part of a future plan for this area, and it was consistent with the city's comprehensive plan done in 2011. The site is designated and defined by the city of Glenwood per their comprehensive plan as, quote, urban growth boundary, medium to high density. And the distinction was to provide for a transition from the single family homes to the mall. Again, as been talked about so far by the staff. We think our plan is a well thought out transition comparable to some of the best urban planning in any community. And as we provide diversified housing mix from townhouses to live work to studios to affordable housing to 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, we really feel like we are starting to create a community here. We have worked closely with the staff's input, where we've created something that we think reflects the vibrant small town character of the community in a modern day era. And if you look at the design, we've really tried to take cues from some of the Victorian charm that you see along Cooper and Blake, and also the mercantile style like you see in the Hotel Denver. I want to thank all of the commissioners for their time, and I look forward to our team going through some of the details. I was going to turn this over to Curtis and let him talk a little bit about traffic and hopefully answer some of your more details.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Barry. Oh,
I
sorry.
apologize for the length of all of that. I tried to fit everything in if I could.
Yeah, thank you, Barry. again, I'm Curtis Rowe with Kimley Horn. I'm traffic engineer and I prepared the traffic impact study for this project. And so happy to be here to talk about this project and the traffic study. To answer a couple of the questions that came up from the public and then were asked again this evening of city staff. One is with regards to the COVID adjustment. The traffic counts were conducted in March of 2021. That was actually the second time that we counted. Previously, we counted in the middle of 2020, but we wanted to capture school traffic. And so we redid all of the counts at all of the intersections just last month so that we could get school traffic volumes. And we also then compared those counts to historical counts that were conducted in the area. And it was determined that a 35% increase adjustment was needed to represent the normal traffic conditions. And so we applied that to the existing volumes that we collected, increased them by 35%, so that we could say that that is our 2021 normal traffic conditions. Above that, on top of that, we also added full development of the mall. And so, as you know, over half of the mall is vacant now. So what we did was we applied a traffic generation for the mall and added all of that traffic on top. So if anything, as Terry mentioned, working with city staff, we've prepared and provided conservative traffic estimates based upon the counts. Since we did these new counts during the school year and during the school day, we also expanded the count time of those counts. And so we counted those during the morning peak hour, which also included the school bell time. And then in the afternoon peak hour, we captured the school departure time by us doing the counts from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. And so this graphic that you see here on the screen, this is the scope of the study. And so we evaluated the intersections from Donegan Road down to Highway 6. And we also evaluated Storm King Road and Melray Road. And then in addition, city staff asked that we study the Highway 6 and Donegan intersection there, shown on the eastern edge of this study area, shown on the right side of this graphic. And so the next slide, our traffic improvements. This is one of the things that we found was needed to improve traffic over there at that eastern intersection of Highway 6 and Donegan Road. This is an improvement that's needed with or without the project, but we need to be able to make a two-stage left turn at that intersection. So right now, southbound on Donegan Road, if you want to make a left and head eastbound on Highway 6, there's only a 2-lane roadway there. And so what this improvement does is widens Highway 6 so that we can have a center turn area. And so left turning traffic at the stop sign will be able to enter into that refuge or acceleration lane and wait for a gap or find a gap in eastbound traffic. And so it'll make the left turns there at that intersection much easier to accommodate. This improvement alone actually will improve traffic conditions significantly over the existing condition, even with the added project traffic. The next improvement to describe is shown on the next graphic. And so we are proposing to put in always stop control at the Center Drive and Storm King Road intersection. And that was as a result of the additional counts that we conducted in March of 2021 to get the school traffic. So during the school arrival and departure times, obviously there's a lot of traffic generated by the school. And so having that always stop control there will improve the conditions and operations of that intersection. It will also improve the safety for pedestrian crossings. Up at the top of this screen along Donegan Road, you can see the black lines of the missing link sidewalk that will be constructed. So from the east end of the boundary all the way over to Soccer Field Road, new sidewalk will be constructed. And so that will connect and provide the connection of the pedestrian network through this entire area. The next exhibit, this shows the existing pedestrian and bicycle access that's out there today. So again, you know, the missing link that we just talked about with the sidewalk. As you can see, there's no sidewalk there along Donegan Road. There are bike lanes along Donegan Road east of Soccer Field Road, but they don't exist to the west. And then also there are bicycle facilities in the western part. And with this development, we are proposing, as shown on the next figure, new bicycle lanes shown in that blue color, connecting Donegan Road through the adjacent to the property and through the missing link section over to Soccer Field Road. So you'll have a continuous bicycle lane network, you know, with this development. In addition, Storm King Road, there would be bicycle lanes designated along that roadway as well as part of this project. And so we are providing vehicle traffic improvements as demonstrated and described at Donegan and Highway 6, as well as pedestrian and bicycle improvements through connections with a new sidewalk and also bicycle lanes. And then the next slide, based upon public comment, we appreciate all of the public comment that we received in the last meeting. One of the things that came about that is with regards to the Melray issues in the Melray cross section. We all know that Melray has a very narrow roadway width, and there are some issues with drainage. And so this is a proposed improvement that was developed within the existing 30-foot right-of-way of Melray Road. And so you can see here, it's actually constructing curb and gutter on both sides of the roadway, maintaining 12-foot lanes each direction, north-south. We can also fit in a sidewalk. So there's a 4.5-foot sidewalk there on the western portion of that roadway. So that cross-section is looking north. So on the west side of that roadway, there would be a new sidewalk. And that would provide a connection all the way up and down there as that moving hand cursor is showing. And so those are the improvements, and you know, happy to answer any questions that you may have, but just kind of wanted to run through those and also address, you know, the public comment that we did hear from our last meeting. And I'll turn this back over to, I don't know if Barry.
Actually, Matthew was going to speak on the site.
Okay, very good.
From
Thank
HCM.
you.
Great, thanks, Barry. This is good evening. My name is Matthew Fitzsimmons with Ford Copeland Mock Architects. I just want to present the updated cross section to help give a little bit more explanation on the two elements, the variations in building heights and its relationship to the sloping grades from north to south. In the bottom view of the screen is a key map, and we're talking about a section cut on the western portion of the site, and then a section that's cut more central to the site, where the site is wider from north to south. And so with section A, which is the western edge, Donegan Street sits at roughly about elevation 5,748. We're proposing from the Donegan Road side, a 2-story townhouse with gabled roofs. And so when we measure that per the code to the midpoint of those gabled roofs, it sits at 28 feet from kind of the finished grade up to that gabled roof. And then likewise, the grades transition down pretty quickly from Donegan Road. And so we're able to get in a lower garage space there for the townhouses or buildings E2. And so from the backside, it's an extra 10 feet of height. Moving across the site, we have a constant slope that runs from north to south, and it eventually gets to building D, which Barry described earlier as our mercantile aesthetic building. So going from more of that kind of Victorian inspired 2-story small scale residential along Donegan to more of a town village architectural typology that's more in relationship with the commercial uses to the south of the site. This building, Building D, which also has the live work units that would face out to Center Drive. Center Drive is the existing road that separates, or I should say, it essentially separates Lot 1 from the residential development to the north. It's a 4-story building, essentially on grade, and it has a height as measured from the finished grade up to the flat part of the roof is approximately 48 feet. And so at Center Drive, it's at elevation 5,730 feet. And in between buildings E2 on the north side to building D, it's approximately 18 to 16 feet of grade change. So as we're stacking this building up, the grades are dropping, and you can kind of see that the horizon or the skyline of these buildings are essentially at the same elevation. It's the ground level that's falling out as the buildings get taller to the south. Now let's take that section further east here in this section. And again, all of these views are looking east towards the Melray Road. So here we have Dunnigan Road. Again, Dunnigan's fairly level across the site on the high side, north side. Here we're introducing building type A, which is actually a walk-up apartment building. So it has a bit of a wider footprint because it's multifamily, but the height is relatively close to the townhouses in the other section. We cut this section close to the end of the building. We dashed in the gabled roofs that happen kind of throughout the design. So we're kind of mixing in for variation, architectural variation and treatment along the street. We have some units that would have flat roofs and some with the gabled roofs. But as we measure that as one would measure per the zoning code, that height to the midpoint of that roof is 30 feet from the finished grade along Dunnigan. So it's only 2 feet taller than the townhouses. Again, on the backside, the slope drops down fairly quickly. We're getting to an internal drive about 8 to 10 feet below, where we have access to the lower level of the multifamily building. Our clubhouse is actually the smallest of our building typologies. On the high side, it's only about 28 feet tall. And then on the south side, which is overlooking the amenity space internal to the project, it sits about 38 feet in height. And that's measured from the finished grade of the building pad up to the midpoint of the sloped roof. Behind it in the distance would be building B2, which is kind of a cousin to the building A type, with the exception that it's a 3-story walk-up building. And so you can see, even though the heights of these buildings are generally the same, because the grade drops, we're just picking up that extra level as the grades are sloping down the hill to the south. And then finally, when we get to the southern edge of the site, we have building C1, which is a slightly wider version of building C2. Again, we're treating the roofs very similar with the variations of flat roofs and peaked roofs. On the backside, this is on the backside or the south side, facing the mall. The building sits at approximately 53 feet in height up to the midpoint of the sloped roof. And of course, on the north side, where it's shallower, it's approximately 43 feet. So there's a lot of variation as the grades fall down. And again, the strategy is to go from smaller scale buildings along Dunnigan, adjacent to the existing single family residential, and allowing the buildings to grow and scale as it gets closer to the mall site, the commercial area. I know the sections are kind of an easy way to look at dimensions, but that's not how we perceive this in real life. So I just want to take a chance to walk through the perspectives that we shared before. This time we've actually added some labels here. So if you remember, this is Dunnigan Street here. We're looking view looking southwest. So this is the northwest corner of the site. These are those building type A multifamily buildings, walk-up apartments, shared entrances. They are scaled very similar to the townhouses that we'll see further down Dunnigan. The combination of flat roofs and peaked roofs. And again, we're trying to pick up on some of the precedent images that we submitted with this application that really looked at some of the Victorian houses in downtown Glenwood Springs that had a lot of variation of material and roof texture and height variation to them. Right about here between the trees is the entrance point to the site. We'll get there in a minute, but you can see the building A2 and A1, generally the same language, same height along Dunnigan Street or Dunnigan Road. So here's that entrance point. We're turning into the site, looking down the slope. You can see the slope depicted in this rendering. We're trying to treat this in a monumental way and giving presence to the clubhouse. Again, the clubhouse is the small scale building, roughly a 2-story volume with a walkout basement condition on the backside where all the amenity experiences are contained by the residential buildings. And here it's hard to see because of the materials overlapping each other, but this building here with these 2 roof peaks is building B2. So that's the 3-story multifamily building, but it's set down the hill, and with the perspective in things in the distance are perceived smaller. So we have both of those elements working to the advantage of making B2 feel smaller than the 2-story building of the A buildings up on Dunnigan Street. And then behind the clubhouse, you can see the edge of the roof form there. That's building C2. That's the 3-story on the north side, 4-story on the south side, building that's transitioning with the slope on the south side closest to the mall, beyond the site. And then walking further down Dunnigan, this is the townhouses that we're placing on the eastern edge of Dunnigan. Again, 2 stories, 28 feet up to the midpoint of the roof. And again, as we turn and look down Storm King, you get a glimpse of building D. Again, its finished floor elevation is roughly 16 to 18 feet below the stoop of the townhouses here. So its 4-story reed is not out of scale with the 2-story height along Dunnigan. Again, the buildings in the distance or objects in the distance will be perceived smaller. And so we have that to our advantage that these buildings are further away from Dunnigan, receding on the horizon, as well as allowing the grades to absorb its extra height as it's going downhill. And that is our updated exhibits for building heights. Thank you.
If I could, just to kind of round out our presentation, Mr. Chairman, I think Commissioner White asks a very good question, which is, what is the benefit? How does this benefit the cities will realize if this annexation is approved? And we think there's 3 primary benefits to the city. One is a solution to an ongoing problem, which is, namely in our minds, attainable and affordable housing. It gives the city control over what happens on one of the last available infill sites near the city. And this project is also providing valuable infrastructure improvements that likely wouldn't be made without this development. Again, if you look at our development, it fills the need to bring more affordable units and market units online in Glenwood in what we feel is a very thoughtful way. The city's comp plan encourages and supports the annexation of this property. I think it's important to note, because the question was asked, what could we do with it today? Right now, the property is zoned for commercial development under the county's regulations and has an approved special use permit for a 15-building commercial park. The city's comp plan, and in putting it together, was envisioned that this property will be developed as a mixed-use project with a high-density residential component, and encourages and supports the annexation to give the city some control over the outcome. I think the proposed development before you tonight meets that vision and effectively transitions the density, as was talked about right with Matthew, from the existing single-family neighborhood and toward the mall. I think it's also important to note, if this annexation is approved, that the city will benefit from road improvements, as has been discussed already in this meeting. I think it's important when you kind of summarize it, which is, in addition to the road improvement structures, there's the $3.5 million impact fee, which again, we talked about for all the water, sewer, parks, infrastructure, and schools. The total benefit and contribution offsite that we're providing as part of this project is estimated at $6.5 million, directly benefiting different various issues with the city itself. We've enjoyed working with the city staff on this project, and we really appreciate your thoughtful review of what we've submitted. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much for all this information. Back to the commission. Questions to the applicant, please. And we'll start with Commissioner Wissing. I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. I will never be done with hearing. I think you're muted. I said I have some questions, but can we get? I'm requesting a quick 5-minute break.
I'll call for. We can do that. I'll call for a recess. Let's be back at, I don't know, 7:55. Let's hurry up. Thank you. Well, it looks like we're waiting on Commissioner West. Maybe if I talk, he can hear me and he'll come running. Anyway, I call to order the second half of the City of Glenwood Springs Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We are in the question the applicant phase of the hearing, and I think it was Commissioner Wissing who is up next, so please.
Just one question. Well, I have a few, but maybe my jumping off question, and then I'll let the rest of the commission proceed is, and I don't know who answers this, but how easy is it to amend a PUD when you're the sole owner?
Amber, I probably can answer that for you. Amending the PUD would be a process similar to what we're going through with this application. Would require review and recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then approval by City Council.
Thanks, Trent. I'll wait until I have a chance. That was.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner White, please.
Hi, I have a couple questions. So we've talked a lot about attainable and affordable housing. And I know this is a land use application. We're talking about annexing this project, but I'm kind of curious what your rents will be for the configurations. And I'm sure the public wants to know, since we're kind of addressing this as solving housing issues. And then another question I had was, it seems that the community at large is very concerned with fire preparedness. And I don't know that anyone's brought this up, but has anyone had the conversation about there being a requirement to address the current, the fire station that we have in West Glenwood and making improvements to that to accommodate more infill?
I can try to answer the first question. I'm not sure as far as the second question. But as far as the first question, as I mentioned, we are providing a variety of different types of housing types, and the project's probably at least 2 years out, so it's always hard to predict exact rents. But one of the things that we're trying to do is, for example, in our studios that we're doing, we're trying to hit rents that would be more in the $1,200 to $1,400 a month range. What we're finding in the market today is that, and we're talking about the what I will call attainable, not affordable. Affordable is obviously different. It's dictated by your codes within Garfield County. So when we look at those today, a 1-bedroom starts at about $1,600 a month, just to give you an idea, if you look at the new projects. So the idea was, again, we have the same cost that other developers do, is to create some smaller units that we could hopefully get more in the $1,250 to $1,400 range. And so that's one of the things that we're looking at as far as the studios. I think as far as the 1-bedrooms, we probably will be in about that $1,600 a month range, which again is what you're seeing today. One of the things that's interesting to note, again, we've been talking to several major employers in the area, and one of their issues is, to some degree, somewhat attainable rents of what I've described. It's also just availability in general. So again, in talking to the Two Rivers schools, it's an interesting, as they hire teachers today, when they make a job offer for somebody, they don't assume that they've taken the job until they can actually locate a house, forget even affordable for a second, and then find something that they can actually find and get. So you clearly, if you were to do some Google searches of finding apartments or rentals in Glenwood today, it's not easy. I don't know if that hopefully answers parts of your question. I think obviously is the, haven't quite priced out the live work units. On average, if you look at what new product has been going for today, a lot of times they look at a per square foot number, which is about $2.50. That's about what you're paying today at Six Canyons and the lofts per square foot. So it depends on the sizes. We would expect to be probably comparable to them as far as our traditional housing units.
Joy, in regards to your second question, Mr. Chairman, I think Chief Tillotson is in the attendees list. Not to put him on the spot, but he may be able to best answer questions in regards to the West Glenwood Fire Station.
Thank you, Trent. I see his name. Are you willing to answer, Chief? Can I put you on the spot? Raise your hand if you can. Awesome, thank you. You are allowed to talk.
So yeah, this is Chief Tillotson. Yeah, I'm watching with interest. We are trying to procure property somewhere in West Glenwood for an updated station at some point. It would be great, but I also know that there has been no direct conversation with regard to this PUD and a new fire station. I would love to entertain that conversation, but I know that changes the math on a development of this size.
Thank you, Chief. But just since you're here, would you say that the West Glenwood Fire Station is obsolete then?
It is obsolete and it is undersized. We would love to do renovation, but we've used every square inch of the square footage we have available on that lot. So we are, I had spoken with the Demoses probably 2 years ago now about the possibility of trying to acquire some room on this site, but we didn't reach any kind of agreements to negotiate beyond that. So yes, we are, and especially as we complete these infill projects, it's going to create an augmented need for a better station to serve that area.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your input. Any questions to the fire chief from the commission while he's still on with us? We all good? Commissioner White, you're good? Oh, Commissioner Wissing.
Just anecdotally, Chief, would you agree with the assessments of the residents about their propensity for danger in a fire situation?
Yeah, I would. We've had some more recent, even since the time of the coal seam fire and its encroachment into West Glenwood. We've seen some incidents where traffic has gotten gridlocked. We are working currently with the county, with CDOT, and others to develop some augmented or some improved traffic control plans to try to minimize some of the effects that we've seen in the recent past. It is a problem, and I would be the first to admit it. But the bulk of the problem is in regard to the amount of traffic that manages to filter into that area in advance of a bad situation, i.e., when we've got westbound I-70 closed and we plug up the mall parking lot and Highway 6 and Donegan and Melray with what was formerly westbound I-70 traffic and then have to try to evacuate the neighborhood, it creates a real problem. So therefore, we're working on plans now that when an I-70 westbound closure were to happen for any number of events, but most notably fire, that we stop that influx of traffic coming off of I-70 and down Highway 82 into that neighborhood as quickly as possible to help alleviate some of that congestion.
Thank you. Anybody else from the commission? Would the chief? No? Okay, well, great. Well, thank you very much for your input. Thanks for spending time with us.
Yep, you're welcome.
And if you stick around, we may have additional questions later on. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, excellent. Let's see, Commissioner West, you're up, please.
I was a couple of minutes coming back late from break, and I think some of these things have been addressed, but I just wanted clarity that question one I have is that I know that they have irrigation water, and I think I heard that they're not going to use any domestic water for irrigation. Is that accurate, or that they're going to augment their irrigation with the ditch water? Is there like a separate system for raw water because of their ditch so that they can't use
So the property is currently irrigated. So they'll just utilize that portion that's needed for future landscaping to irrigate that new proposed irrigation. I'm sorry, that new landscaping on the property.
Okay, and like as far as the infrastructure goes, would it be separate? Would they be separate systems? I mean, because theoretically,
Correct.
someday you could tie in your domestic system into your irrigation.
They would be separate.
Okay, that's a requirement. I guess another thing that I was looking at was, the traffic study went to Highway 6 in Donegan, but that main Glenwood, like just north of the bridge when you get off, that roundabout gets so bungled up right now. And I didn't see that as something that was analyzed as part of the traffic study. And I'm sure a lot of these people are going to be heading on Donegan into town. And right now that can get backed up so crazy. And to me, it just seems like that might have been something that wanted to be, studied in the traffic study. And maybe it was, and maybe I missed it, but, it doesn't seem like we understand the impact on that intersection with regards to the, increased traffic in the traffic study. So maybe if you could comment on that, or if that was looked at all, if that makes sense.
Terry or Curtis, do you wish to address that?
I can answer that. You're correct. It was not evaluated as part of this traffic study. Anytime we begin a traffic study, we scope it with the agency. And so in this case, we scoped this traffic study based on the size of the development with CDOT and city staff. And so this project, being the size that it is, really focusing on West Glenwood intersections was appropriate. We did extend further, as mentioned, to get out to that Highway 6 and Donegan intersection. And so that was further out than we would typically study for a traffic study or for a project this size. But you're correct. We did not evaluate that new roundabout intersection closer in there to downtown.
Okay, thanks. I think that you guys mentioned at one point there's, in the neighborhood of $3 million in improvements of the roadways in West Glenwood. And I guess I wasn't totally clear on are the bike lanes, is that widening the roads, or is that essentially just a stripe? And then I know that Donegan's going to get a facelift, or would get a facelift on the north side. And then there's proposed sidewalk and curb and gutter on Melray. But, to me, other than the obvious stuff on the north side of Donegan, and then potentially a sidewalk on Melray, I didn't really understand I understand that there's some bike path stuff, but is that really just striping, or is there widening of roads to allow for better bike path, commuter usage?
Yancey, you want to address that?
Sure. This is Yancey Nickel with Sopris Engineering. So no, it will be widening. So the cross section we worked out with the staff that we felt was appropriate is that we would add 4-foot bike lanes, and then on the portion of Storm King and Donegan where we're adding parallel parking, we're also going to add an additional 2 feet of what we're calling a door zone. So the safety of the bikes riding along with parallel parking. So all that will be added to the outside of the travel lanes on all those roads.
Okay. And so
So Yancey, I'm just interrupt you real quick, Ben. So Yancey, how much is added if I take the existing Donegan? How much are you adding to that? Are you adding, with the parking, the door open thing and the bike lane, given what it is now, how much bigger is it going to be?
It will be about 10 to 11 feet of additional pavement, not counting the parallel parking. So then the parallel parking will be another additional 8 feet. And then your curb and gutter, then a landscape zone, and then the detached sidewalk. So it's a substantial widening along Donegan Road and Storm King north of Center Drive.
Okay. Sorry, Ben, thanks.
No, you're good. There was a comment about the full development of the mall. And what I glean from that is that means like if the mall was fully occupied, but I thought it was a little confusing to like use full, I didn't know what that meant. I think that was in the, overall discussion of the project plan, referring to full development of the mall. I guess I didn't, does that mean that, someday maybe the mall turns into something similar to this, or is that saying that the mall is at full capacity with commercial usage?
I think it was in reference to traffic specifically when we said, assuming the mall was at full capacity, because very few of the stores are opened. And then Curtis can maybe address specifically what he used as an analysis.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we assumed that the retail stores that are vacant would be reoccupied with retail. And so we wanted to provide an evaluation as if that mall was completely vibrant and full of retail establishments, because, hopefully someday it could happen again. And that's what was previously approved. And so our study is based upon that traffic volume.
Thanks. A couple more. I guess I think maybe we've already discussed this a bit with the heights. Obviously, 53 foot to midpoint is a tall building for Glenwood standards. I think taller than anything else here, and 53 feet to midpoint is obviously a way of measuring it by engineering standards, but a little confusing. Rather than just saying how tall the building is.
I can clear that up a little bit, Ben. The 53 feet is to the top of the facade of the flat roof building. The 28 feet and 30 feet along Donegan Road is to the midpoint of the roof line. And both of those are as per our code, how we measure height.
Are there any buildings that tall in Glenwood? What's the tallest allowable building in town right now?
Well, the tallest permitted is 60 feet in any one of our zones. Certainly some of the larger buildings get close to that, such as the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I guess my final question is, talking about water. Right now, we have enough water to supply this project, and that's using the city of Glenwood's infrastructure. If say that, in 5 years, the mall wants to do the same thing and we don't have enough water, would the mall be asked to help upgrade the infrastructure? Like at one point, are developers asked to help increase the infrastructure because they make up such a large portion of the size of the town?
Yes, certainly. We analyze each development to see if the system has the capacity for that. And if it doesn't, we have to work with the developer to make improvements as are necessary or to determine where that water is going to come from.
And we only would ask them for more if that sends us over a threshold. We wouldn't say that, hypothetically right now, you know, we still have the amount, we could still supply this project, but it gets us closer to the point where we're going to be at max capacity. So we're just going to kind of kick that can down the road.
I wouldn't say it's exactly kicking the can down the road. I mean, all new developments pay system improvement fees that are intended to help the city analyze, long-term capacity and service needs. And that's what those fees are intended to pay for. In some instances, depending on location of town, we may have greater needs that we ask the developer to help with specifically.
Yeah. Are the system improvement fees, would the system improvement fees for this be asked to help with any water infrastructure? Or is it too early to tell for that kind of thing?
I think according to Matt, we have the current capacity that we need in this part of town. Those may go towards, capital improvements for the entirety of the city or other specific locations.
Mm-hmm. I heard a couple of things from Matt. Obviously, he said that we have enough, but that we're also looking at building a 500,000 gallon tank somewhere in North Glenwood. So, with everybody's fees going up for sewer, and just kind of wondering, how that all plays out. Are the system improvement fees going to help pay for that tank? Or is that all, just kind of wondering.
So we can clarify just a little bit. System improvement fees are for improvements that are to the system. Water tank would fall within that. Upgrades to the water treatment facility, which we're doing right now, and the cost of almost $4 million out of pocket currently. Those are system improvement fees. So we're not going to take those fees and replace a pipe here, a pipe there. They're basically kind of locked into what is a system improvement. We're looking at 20 years down the road. What do we need to do? How much system improvement fees are coming in the doors? What are those major goals at the end of the day with system improvement fees? Is it a new lift station? Is it a water tank? Something that benefits the entire system, we'll call it, versus just small pipe fixes here and there. So the water tank that we're looking in North Glenwood right now, with whatever you call it, West Glenwood, North Glenwood, was kind of in the middle. That one we've been looking at for years because the Highlands tank does not provide enough fire flow for that area. So it's hard to task these developers with that development or that potential because it's something that was already needed within the system itself. So, but if somebody were to come in and add 3,000 houses that we know we can't provide fire flow for, Chief Tilton would be like, we need a new tank. We would say the same thing, and we would probably task that development with that tank versus us paying system improvement fees for it. So it's a fine balance between the two.
Thanks. I'm done.
All right, thank you, Commissioner West. And Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Thanks. I had a couple road and traffic questions. The applicant has asserted that one of the advantages to the city of annexing is that they would provide all of these road improvements and sidewalks. Of course, that sounds nice, but these right now are county-owned roads, are they not?
Yes, they are.
Right, so that's not actually a direct benefit to the city at all, especially not at this time.
Well, it's assumed that the roads directly adjacent to this would come into the city system. There's some conversation about, whether Melray Road would, but there would still be some potential agreement for the proposed improvements.
So they're probably talking about Storm King Road and Donegan Road being annexed with this property, but not necessarily Melray.
Correct. Melray, since it's not contiguous, we would not annex that in. But we would likely have some agreement with the county to allow for those future improvements and or use and maintenance moving forward.
So at this time, the city is not on the hook for maintaining or improving those public roads.
I would say today, as of today, no. If this property were to be annexed, then yes.
Mm-hmm. And we take on that responsibility as well as all the improvements that they're proposing. My other question to the traffic engineer was what percentage of the trips generated by this development do you have going through the roundabout at Melray Road? I'm asking because I know most people in this area don't go down Donegan in my experience. They go through the roundabout and they either go under the bridge and get on the highway, or they take Midland because the majority of them are traveling up valley as commuters, not necessarily into town. So I was wondering, I'm kind of trying to make sure that we've got about the right count for the traffic impact at the Melray roundabout, which is already severely clogged.
Yes, we assigned 80% of the traffic volume through the roundabout. So, yep, understood.
Just quick question, piggybacking on Ben's point. So if you're saying that 80% of what Carolyn just asked is going through the roundabout and 20% is going to the Grand Avenue Bridge question that Ben raised, am I capturing this correctly? That's what we're talking about?
Yes, more or less. We do have a little bit of neighborhood traffic generated in the area just because of the amenities proposed, but yes, more or less 80% through the roundabout, 20% to the east.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Waller, please.
Okay, I think one thing that's obviously a hot topic is the evacuation plans and evacuation study. And I know the developer, Barry, talked about that up front, and sounds like they were going to fund an engineer. And I think I saw, Trent, that the city didn't think that was, that that's an existing problem and that the development didn't add that much onto it. But after hearing Chief Tillotson as well speak at it, it sounds like the evacuation and the fire thing is, it's a concerning thing to me. And, just from that, and not even coal seam or any of that, but the last summer fire. And as Chief Tillotson talked about, westbound I-70 getting shut down and how that creates a thing. So I guess I would like to hear, is the city planning on driving that evacuation plan, like we did all this work down in South Glenwood that created the bridge, when the coal seam fire happened and all of that. And that took us 20 years to get to this point that we are now or whatever. And so I guess I'd just like to hear some conversation, both, and maybe it's from the city side on the evacuation, and then what's the developer's role kind of in that, and how does this development play in that?
Yes, Pete and Terry and Chief Tillotson and whomever else can help me out here if need be. But we have certainly identified this as an existing problem within the city, and a lot of that traffic is folks that are headed, from work down valley or vice versa, that ends up in clogging up West Glenwood. So it's an issue that we want to address currently. We're going through a similar process right now with the Glenwood Canyon and trying to understand, when that road is cut off, how to deal with that traffic. But what we view it as a current traffic management issue, that, we don't necessarily want the developer of this project leading that process. We need to work with city staff and local and regional emergency service providers to better understand the issue and come up with a plan moving forward that helps us all today and in the future. And sorry, just to address the applicant, they have certainly offered the help of their traffic engineer. But again, we want to be the lead in that conversation. So we see, that could benefit us, but really we would appreciate more funds to help accomplish that goal, and to determine, the best mitigation for it.
So I guess like my follow-up question would be on, so for this development going through, it's a known issue that we have both with the fire station there and the traffic. Sounds like two issues. The city is still saying, let's go forward with this development, other than wait until this evacuation traffic study is done and
I think the
plan for the fire station. that sort of, that's kind of what I'm getting at,
Yeah, sorry, and Chief can speak more about the fire station specifically, but what we anticipate is that the current applicant would be responsible for helping us to fund that evacuation plan, and then that would be something that would actually be required prior to this development even getting off the ground. Because again, we still have a major site and architectural plan review that would be required. But the applicant, is willing to, if this property is annexed, to help contribute for the payment of that study.
And I'll just add on, as Gary described earlier, this is a regional effort and a regional problem. So definitely needs to be led by city staff as opposed to the developer. I do think that where the developer can help us is, with perhaps improvements. We've talked to the state or begun conversations with the state about potential breaks, on Highway 6 that may allow, return movements to I-70. And those are things that, we'll explore. It's definitely a process. But those are the kinds of things that, a traffic study may help us with. We understand enough of how, a closure at 114, particularly in the afternoon, affects Highway 6. And so those are the kinds of things that we're weighing. But it is, I think it's definitely important for city staff to lead the regional effort.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. And I'm maybe kind of beating a dead horse here, but I'm just wondering, so does this development compound that existing regional issue? And I do agree it's a city staff regional kind of issue to solve it, but does this compound it more before you have that or not? And I'll shut up on it, but.
If I could.
Go ahead, Derek, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I do. I think that we've identified a problem that, as we've talked about, needs to be dealt with kind of on a regional basis. It's my optimistic goal that we will have come up with some very solid plans and some resolution to some of those evacuation issues within reason, well before there's habitants living in buildings in this new development. So it's a problem that needs to be solved, but I think that can be happening regardless of the status of this particular development.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Next question I had was on, and I appreciate the cross sections that the developer did. Kind of helped me. It's seeing how the site steps down and the sizing of the buildings and that sort of thing. But one question I have is the transition right on Donegan from the single family one level house right to the 2-story, and it's good to see that the road is increased by maybe, I don't know, 15 feet or 20 feet, whatever that is. But there's, and I don't know, I was just looking at the architectural plan. I don't know what sheet this is, but it shows, I guess there's 4 townhome buildings with a little bit of space between them, and then 2 large apartment buildings. I mean, to me, it kind of seems like there's like a mass of housing other than the road coming in and then that break for that one road that teed in across the road. And I know between E2 and E3, there was a space left there. And I'm just kind of wondering on the density of that, the compactness of that. And then the one other just kind of follow-up question on that, I think it came up last time, was on the gable heights, when you measure to halfway up the gable, could the gables be, instead of one tall gable between 2 buildings, there's some architectural things that could be done to reduce that, to increase the sight lines. And I didn't see any sight lines from their house looking up towards the hills, above the meadows. But anyway, I'd like to hear some comment on that from a density perspective and sightlines.
Matthew, you want to take a lead on that and then I'll jump in?
Yeah. Let me just open up. So I just wanted to bring, I think this exhibit, if it's.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, we presented this last time, and I think what we're doing to help mitigate, I guess, there's a handful of questions in your response. You know, I guess the big strategy that we were trying to do is, and I know that the page is cut off here, but allowing the roads where people might be walking down, give them the view shed out and across the site over the clubhouse, and then to the mountains across the river, which is substantially further south. And again, creating that window of where the street comes in and meets Dunnigan, that intersection, allowing that view corridor to come in and across the site in between E2 and E3. So we clustered E1 and E2 together, and E3 and E4 together to open up that gap there. You know, could there be more gap in between E1 and E2? Certainly, we would have to shift, you know, those buildings around to lessen the gap at what we see. You know, as a planner, we think that the public streets that connect into Dunnigan are important public assets. And so if that's where people are walking, you know, that's a priority for us to maybe establish those views through the site and across the site. I'm not exactly sure how to address the density comment, other than we in terms of scale and massing. Again, the goal was to create a 2-story cap on buildings along Dunnigan, and in addition, setting them further back with a deeper yard space to the curb line of Dunnigan, so they have a bit more relief from the edge of the street. In terms of how these buildings, I guess, their height and mass compare to other single-family housing up the hill. I don't know if that was the question, but
well, but what the question was more on, you know, let's say you did a sight line, you know, that said from a few of the houses, like a house across from E1, E3, A1, A2, you know, what are they seeing of the hills across the river? You know, are they seeing anything, or are they going to see a lot, or what are they going to see?
I think they're going to have access to the peak and to the sky. They may not see the foreground necessarily of the base of the hills beyond.
Okay, thanks.
You know, I think this view helps.
Yeah, that kind of helps.
So if you can see the edge of the height here, you know, the peaks are substantially really tall. So I think you know, our strategy to make this a 2-story building with substantial setback from the curb really opens up the sky and the height of the mountains in the distance. Yeah, you may not see the mid range or the lower portion of the mountain, but I think we're providing access to the sun and light and air.
Yeah, and I guess my only question with this one would be, I don't know what's my perspective, where am I starting from? Am I, you know, on a rooftop of a building across the street? Am I on there looking out their picture window? Or anyway, that's kind of where I was coming from. But no, this is a great shot that kind of helps me at that. So.
And again, this shot also starts to reflect how our opinion of providing an access point that's aligned with the intersection across. So people coming from the houses further north and uphill would have kind of this view shed through the site and across the site of the mountains in the distance, making that publicly accessible.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Waller, I don't know if this helps, but this is Yancey. Those houses on the north side of Donegan are about 20 to 30 feet set back from the right of way.
Mm-hmm.
The right of way is 60 feet, and then we're setting almost another 32. So just some dimensions from their porch or their windows, there's about 100 and some feet between those structures. And they're elevated above Donegan several feet. So I think you'd be surprised how much of that mountain you would see over those roof lines.
And I know you know what I'm talking about, Yancy. So,
Yeah.
okay, that was good. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And back to Commissioner Wissing, please.
Just a quick,
Sorry, you're muted. I pushed your button by accident. It was me this time.
okay, I'll be happy with that.
I wanted to lower your hand. I muted you. Sorry.
Are you denying my question? So as we saw in the public comments, and just quick math says this development will add or will account for 10% of Glenwood's population, plus or minus. Does anyone have any sense of, are these Glenwoodites just moving to this development? Are these people moving down valley to a location where they could work, live? Are these up valley commuters trying to just find a middle point? Does anyone have any data or any idea or any concept of are we adding 1,000 people out of California, or are we relocating people within the region?
So we don't have exact data at this point, obviously, because we're not leasing the units. What I can tell you, because I think, as I mentioned, Six Canyons and the Lofts is for sale. So we actually have their offering documents. It shows where their tenants are coming from. So that's at least a touch point. And interestingly enough, it's coming from everywhere, and it's actually very diversified as far as who's actually renting from there. You guys, all the different cities in the Roaring Fork, or actually what they call the Greater Roaring Fork, you guys did a housing study back in April of 2019. So when I cite the numbers that there's about a 2,000 unit shortage of units in Glenwood, that was actually per your study. That wasn't our study. And so part of it is you do have people that are either living in homes where you might have more than one family living in a home. You might have people living in roommate situations. You might have people that are not able to live in Glenwood and they're living outside of Glenwood that would like to live in Glenwood. I can't answer it exactly because obviously you don't have the information, but it would be good for you to at least look at, because I don't know that it's just that there's a pent up demand for housing just today. And the other thing is, when you're growing at about 2.5% a year, which again is the information that again comes from the stuff, that's you're adding a significant amount of people into the community overall. And I know people are obviously talk about growth and change. The growth is coming. And I think it's interesting when you read that study, it's not just Glenwood, it's your overall area. Being in the middle of it, you're very impacted by all of this growth. And so in our estimation, and what that housing study was showing, is that your housing issues are only going to get tougher over the next several years. I don't know if that helps answer your question a little bit.
It doesn't, but
I'll try again.
As far as what you're seeing is with the other two developments, let's say, I hear you saying that there's a combination. I guess that was my question is
Amber, I think I could help slightly. And this is only evidence that we've heard from other developers in the city, but you could roughly slice it into thirds. A third of the residents for some of the recent multifamily developments are coming from within the city of Glenwood Springs. Perhaps they wanted a better standard of housing. A third of the residents of the new multifamily developments are coming from down valley. Perhaps folks that work in Glenwood already want to live within Glenwood, and a third of those folks coming from outside of the region.
All right, thank you. Any other questions to the applicant at this point? No, Commissioner White, please.
Just a quick question for Trent. Hey, Trent, when is the Bell Rippey project going to be completed, and how does that fit into just the overall housing needs and what we're fulfilling if we do approve this project? Meaning,
Well,
how many houses are they providing through their
100,
project?
they're providing 100 units. They anticipate
Okay.
starting construction, which that would be a significant amount of time spent on site grading work next month, end of next month.
Okay.
And
And when will that roll out?
What's that?
When are they planned to complete their project?
I think their construction timeline is 12 to 18 months total. So they'll construct various buildings throughout that time.
Okay. And then my last question for the developer is, I know you guys have stated over and over that homeownership does not fit your module on any level. But I feel like we have all these large investors constructing these multifamily units, and it's definitely fitting one sector of the housing need in our community, but it's definitely not addressing homeownership on any level. Do you have any module where you could phase out and after a certain period of time, after you've recouped costs, you could offer certain units for sale? Have you ever done that in any of your developments, Barry?
We've typically not. Maybe we're control freaks. We like to control and maintain our properties at a kind of a Class A level. And so we have not. Sometimes you can set up documents and you could theoretically condominiumize the units. So, I mean, that's not, I don't know the laws in Colorado about condominiumizing, but in Ohio, that has been done before. And in some cases, if that's important down the road, to set it up so that we could condominiumize those for home ownership within the units that we have, particularly like the townhouses or something. That's something that we can look at, and then they become a part of an association. I think the townhomes would be a more logical play for something like that than some of the other types of units. But that is sometimes something we at least put in there as something that we usually might set up ahead of time, with the idea that maybe if it makes sense to do that down the road.
And I guess I just have one more logistical question. It looks like in the design, a lot of the decks are facing Donegan. Are there, I imagine you guys will have rules on just the aesthetics of the decks and what can be
we have rules on the aesthetics of the decks. We have rules on guest parking. There's a lot of things that we try to make sure that we manage so that we agree. I think part of why we were trying to create the decks is we think creating kind of a neighborhood feel along Donegan is important. So one of the things that we're trying to do is, the idea might be is that people might have their coffee in the morning along Donegan, someone's riding their bike. I mean, that would be kind of the vision that we would see, and kind of at least connecting to the neighborhood next to us that way. So that is why we have that. But absolutely, we have, we're not looking to make them storage bins, which I know can sometimes happen.
Thank you. Commissioner Rissing. Commissioner Rissing?
This is my last question, I promise. So in your last presentation, it was mentioned that maybe some of the amenities would be available to the public. For example, like Two Rivers Community School might be able to access the park, or maybe some members of the West Glenwood public would be able to access some of the amenities. I know that Two Rivers Community School is not able to access even, let's say, the parking lot for school drop-off of the current Demos property. Has anyone put any thought or any consideration into, is that going to be a possibility where the community might have access to some of the amenities, or is that still just going to be privately held and owned by you and only allowed access to your residents?
Typically, we only allow access to our residents and our guests. There's a lot of issues that come up when you make it a public facility and public regulations that lessen our control. And so when you're making the size of an investment, we typically want to be able to maintain and control and write things up the way we want to. I believe, and I'm not mistaken, if we open it up to the public, it theoretically becomes a public park, and lots of things could happen that we wouldn't be able to control or put restrictions on. So we would typically not look to do that. I did want to say, though, we are working on a plan with Two Rivers School because as you've pointed out, drop off and pick up are a big issue. As a matter of fact, we just recently looked at a drone images of their drop off and pick up and working on an overall management plan with them so that that actually works much more smoothly than it does today.
Thank you. And Commissioner Zipperly, please.
I have some follow-ups on some of my fellow commissioners' questions. I am looking at LA 2.0, the landscape drawing, and that's the one that shows the view ports through the community. Unfortunately, these views are really only had by people driving their cars and trying to watch for bicycles and pedestrians as they pull onto Donegan Road. On this drawing in pink around the perimeter of Donegan and Storm King is shaded public streetscape, and it goes right up to the front stoops of the townhouses and the two wider buildings. So I can imagine by the answer just came through for Commissioner Wisting's question that that isn't actually public. It's sort of the part that you see from the public street. And I am aware, I've actually been in a number of the houses that are just across Donegan. It was great for Yancey to clarify that they are set back and up a few feet from the street. I think it would be really valuable, as Commissioner Waller was suggesting, to get perspective renderings from basically their living room level. The drawings that were shown to us were approximately 20 feet, like basically on these people's roofs. And that is not where the residents are looking at the mountain. I'd like to see a section from 5.5 feet above grade at their door as to how especially the peaked roofs on the townhouses and the other wider buildings adjacent to Donegan are going to impede the views of the mountains. I'd like to see the mountain placed in the perspective, basically like the rendering that was shown, but from a more practical lower street elevation. And then all of the people who are using the street now are not really going to be connected to the mountains. The development has essentially created a wall with some portals blocking off that huge view of Red Mountain. So if that's something that the architectural team could put together as a more realistic street level rendering, that might really help the commission make a decision.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Zipperly. Any other questions? No, I think I might have one, maybe two, but here comes the silly question because I know your answer, Barry. I know this lot could be a lot of things. It could be a lot of different things. It could stay in the county. It becomes a commercial park, whatever. It could be a lot of things. Is this the lowest density that you're proposing that would make this development work?
The answer is yes. You're actually, quite frankly, I want to just give you at least a perspective on your question. We're being asked, or we're looking to upgrade the roads, which is about $3 million. There's impact fees of about $3.5 million. And there's also affordable housing, which does have an overall economic cost to us because we're building a true market rate product that we're leasing at a lower rate. And so there's a subsidy that we're providing, which we think could be up to another $3 million. If you were to add those numbers together, it's about $9.5 million of costs that we're trying to absorb as part of this development. And again, rough numbers, this is about an $80 million project. And again, these are just all rough numbers. So when you look at that kind of a burden factor, it's almost close to 12% of our overall project cost. It's pretty significant. So, I want to not just say, the answer, but it does start to become very hard to, I think, address a lot of the issues that we're talking about, and also start to overall lower the density. If that hopefully answers your question.
Like I said, I knew what you were going to say, but I had to ask, and there's always lower density, longer amortization on cost, but that's not the business you're in. I totally understand. The other question I have is, and that goes to the deed restriction. There is a letter in our packet from the Housing Commission that recommends that you do the full 20%. Is that something you would consider?
20%, I'm sorry, deed restrict as far as making it Glenwood residents? I'm sorry.
Yeah, inclusionary housing with 20% of the total units designated for a resident occupant and 10% of total units designated affordable to 100% AMI rental prices.
Yeah, I think that overall we can meet that goal. I think when we start to look at that, I do, before I would say absolutely on that, we would need to do a little bit of a study just to clarify where people are coming from. But it seems that at least from what we're seeing, and we've literally talked to several of the major institutions, there's a lot of these people that are having issues in Glenwood finding employees. So that threshold of the 20%, I think we should be able to do, but I'd like to study that further. Clearly the 10% affordable, we've already agreed that we would be doing.
Right, and they're just asking for the I think it's a pretty new code that we just adopted for what it says with the additional 10%, and then they also say maybe an average of 90% AMI. So I would encourage you to look into this and see.
I think it's actually an average of 100% AMI, and I think we could hit that as well.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good to hear. Let's see, density, I got Housing Commission, any room for a fire department?
Right now is we're doing everything we can so that we're not violating our parking and providing all the other things that the city has asked for.
It goes to my density question. Yeah. Any room for fire department? You know, I got to ask because we need one. We really do. So anyway, I think that's it on my end. Any other questions? No, I see none. Okay, great. Thanks to everyone. Let's move over to the public comments. And Trent, are we, since they were all in the packet, are we not reading any into the record?
Yeah, you received all those in advance tonight.
Yes,
and as long as you can confirm that receipt.
Yes, I think we all can confirm that. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to open up the public comment portion one more time. But what I want to do is I would like to let people speak that have not spoken before. If you called in the last meeting, please let the new people speak. If you submitted comment in writing, please let the other people speak. Let the people speak that have not had a chance to comment. And that said, I will switch over to attendees, and please raise your hand if you are ready to comment. Again, if you haven't done so. I see 33 attendees and nobody's raising their hand. This is your chance. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for listening in. I will close the public portion of this hearing. Well, now you're jumping. Okay, I guess I'll reopen it. And we'll start with Mark. You're allowed to talk. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, my name is Mark Gibson. I live on Donegan, and I've got a variety of concerns and questions, but I'll try to keep it brief. The first is, like I said, I do have a house on Donegan. I did an informal walk through the neighborhood last night, and I counted 16 residences between Melray and Storm King that are either on or adjoining Donegan. And I'm very concerned that the visual of this is going to be very extreme. especially with a 28-foot to the midpoint of roof. In the past, when they first proposed this, I took a 25-foot extension pole out and put it across the street, and it extended up to the utility lines. And from my residence and from almost everybody else's residence that I could see along here, 28 feet to midpoint of the roof would be, as I said, to the level of the utility lines, which cuts off anywhere from 50 to 75% of the view of Red Mountain. So that is pretty extreme. In a way, I visualize, if we could just get Christo to come out here like he did at Rifle Gap and put a curtain up so that we can have a visual of this. I think that would be very helpful. When I was hearing Yancey's and I saw that rendering looking into the entrance off of Donegan, that is not an accurate view at all. That's an elevated view, and it is an enhanced view of what Red Mountain would be. And I agree with Commissioner Zipperly regarding it would be nice to have a more accurate rendering of the visual obstruction. The second input that I have is that the improvement to the intersection of Donegan Road and Highway 6, in my mind, is a non-issue, in that every time that I have taken that, I have yet to encounter any issues getting onto Highway 6 that were of any consequence, and nothing at all compared to what is at that roundabout down by the Village Inn. So the improvement there is plus. Most residents, when they are going that direction, they take Highway 6 because the speed limit is 40 miles an hour. And if you take Donegan, it's 25 miles an hour, and it's much more residential. So it takes quite a bit longer to take the Donegan to get onto Highway 6. And then the third issue I have is with the 1.7 parking spaces per unit. Number one, nobody has 7/10 of a car. I did a informal inventory of vehicles along Donegan at the 16 residences, and I counted 65 vehicles, which is an average of 4 vehicles per residence. So if we're talking rental rates of $2,500 to $3,500 a month for 2 to 3 bedroom apartments, you don't make a living on one income, and most everybody has to have 2 vehicles. And if they actually are making a decent income, they start to like to have toys to go along with those vehicles, like ATVs and trailers and boats, and then all of a sudden it starts adding up. And then also I spent about 38 years around the corner from Davis Drive, which had, I believe, either a 1.5 or a 1.7 parking space allotment for the units there. And it is a nightmare over there. And in fact, the city called all of the residents or all of the neighbors that were interested in coming in to give input, because they said it was unsafe because they could not remove snow. They had no place to put the snow, and there were safety issues with getting emergency vehicles, fire and ambulance back there during the winter, because there was no room for it. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. And let me push a few buttons here. So I forgot we have a 3-minute timer. I want to give everybody 3 minutes. So Mark Gibson was the lucky one. He got a few extra minutes. But Jen, if you could please get it rolling for the next one. And let's see, Todd Hurst, you are allowed to talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not very good at public speaking, but the 80-20 roundabout, you're going to take the projected traffic that is 300 vehicle trips in front of my house on Donegan Road. The traffic study said up to 2,500 vehicle trips on Donegan Road. You're going to put 80% of that onto the roundabout. That seems like it's pretty unfeasible. Utilities. We have a lot of utilities overhead on Donegan Road and all of our taps for West Glenwood Sanitation. With all the traffic and infrastructure of the construction, is the developer or the applicant going to replace that infrastructure? Public open spaces. So we're dedicated 20% to open spaces, and none of that is public accessible except for probably your grassland on the side of Donegan Road, which will be fed by the ditch. Donegan, we lost numbers. I lost numbers. He gone to 30. I estimated it's going to be 60 feet wide. He gave up on footage on that. The Bell Ripley property, the Meadows, Buffalo Valley, all these developments have actually added to the infrastructure of Glenwood Springs over the last couple of years. So that 2,000 housing shortage has actually shrunken quite a bit. And if you vary in the gypsum projects that are going on over there, there's several hundred apartments going over there. So our housing shortage in the Roaring Fork and Vail Valleys are shrinking day by day. We need more home ownership in the valley, single family occupancies. People take pride in ownership. We need to have single family occupancies. I understand that the Demoses want to sell this property and it's in their right, but an out-of-state developer to come in and dictate what Glenwood needs is not correct. I am a lifelong member of Glenwood Springs, and we need more open space in West Glenwood. We have Gregory Park, which is overrun by Two Rivers Community School. John Demos wanted, the original plan for R2 development was to have the entrance over there on Two Rivers. And now they want to put 2,500 vehicle traffic trips in front of my house. I'm sorry. I have a lot more questions. I agree we need a new fire station. We need fire studies. I heard the applicant say he was a control freak. They want to control what Glenwood has. So on that note, I'm at my end. I have a lot more to say, but thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for speaking up, even if it was uncomfortable, but every comment counts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, moving on to Joanne Stanley. You're allowed to talk.
There we go. I'm unmuted now, and you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Just a couple of comments. I spoke last time, which is why I didn't raise my hand at the beginning this time. That evacuation route plan, I really think that needs to be finalized, not just in a planning stage, but actually finalized before we annex a whole development to add to that. Otherwise, you're going to end up in the same problem we're having in South Glenwood. And it's going to be easily as big as that problem is. My second comment, is the developer going to police their own site, have some type of manager on site to make sure that one family unit is actually going to be a one family unit? And is there any guarantee to the city that there'll be at least 100%, say maybe 80% occupancy of all these buildings, as opposed to just building it just for the sake of building it and getting a tax write-off for themselves? What's another question? This density of this thing is just way too high, and it's a whole another town going to be annexed into Glenwood. It's not just a few houses here or there. It's another whole town. And is there any, I think 10% of to say that this development is going to benefit the housing issues in Glenwood and only have 10% of it be affordable to the highest wage earner in Glenwood is just, it's insincere. The whole thing is just insincere. It needs to be turned around completely with 90% of it being affordable housing and 10% of it being at the higher echelon. Otherwise, it's not really helping the Glenwood market at all. Folks that work at McDonald's or at any of the little stores downtown, they can't afford those high rents that they're spewing out there. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. I also think that the water, I don't care what you say, as long as you're telling me I should restrict my watering, and I've lived in Glenwood for 40 years, I don't think we have the water to support this huge development. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And Sean, please, you're allowed to talk. You're muted.
Okay.
There
Can
you
you
are.
hear me now? This
Yes,
is Craig Young, actually, 1188 County Road 129 in No Name. And I just recently joined this meeting, and I did submit comments to P&Z and city staff just yesterday. So I'm hoping you'll get a chance to read those. I'm a former member of city council, and I'm also on the Rural Fire District Board. So I appreciate your seeking another West Glenwood Fire Station. I don't know if it's been covered, but with this development, just looking at the numbers, it seems like it's going to increase the overall population of the total of the city limits of Glenwood Springs by about 10%. So you imagine the whole city and 10% of that of our city being put into this one location in West Glenwood. Also, I don't know if I heard mention about public parkland. Looking at the parkland dedication fees in the municipal code, it's almost based on the number of people. I think it was 2.5 or something per unit of multifamily housing. That would require almost 6 acres of parkland dedication. And the city is in the driver's seat as far as this annexation request. Apparently this parcel and many others in West Glenwood are receiving water from the city of Glenwood. And per the code, and from my experience on council, is that if the city did provide water, that those parcels are supposed to be annexed into the city. So it was a surprise to learn that at whatever point in time in the past, that much of the residential areas of West Glenwood are being served by city water, but are not annexed into the city. I think the county would like us to annex West Glenwood, but I don't think the city wants to. And so, you know, based on that, I hope something can moderate. And I know that developers usually ask for more, expecting less. And again, the city is in the driver's seat with providing such services and allowing annexation. You know, I don't know what would be allowed under county zoning and who would provide, you know, the services necessary for any kind of development, residential development in this parcel. I appreciate everyone's time and consideration. And again, I'm sorry, like I say, I really don't have a dog in this fight because I live in No Name and not impacted as highly as people out there, but I care about Glenwood and the people that have made my home for almost 40 years here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your input. Anybody else from the public like to come forward? Please raise your hand. Oh, I just clicked something. Hang on a second. And we have the Stevens. You are allowed to talk. 3 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity again to talk. I just want to thank everybody for their thoroughness with questions as well as the preparation from the applicant. One of the things that's come to my attention in terms of development within city limits is that not only have you had Six Canyon, Buffalo Valley, and the Loft, and if you put those three together, it will equal what the developer wants to build on this 12-acre plot here. And so this is huge if you try and visualize those three areas. I know you've got the Walmart 100 units. I hear Rivers Restaurant is also wanting to build condos. I know that up in Glenwood Meadows, you've already got another 300 multi-family units approved that have yet to be built. I mean, if you add all of these together, we're talking about 900 units. I think Todd referred to this earlier on, that the 2,000 units that R2 are talking about, 900 of them have been fulfilled already or in the process of being planned right now. Also, I noticed that Barry quoted that we've had a growth rate of 2.5%, but that's in the Roaring Fork Valley. According to online census results, Glenwood's population has only risen by 272 people in the last 10 years. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm so glad that Greg Young got to comment as well. And I just appreciate that you guys are really looking into this, not only from a safety point of view, a traffic point of view, but a density point of view, because those of us that are living here in West Glenwood are really fearing for our lives, because we know that it's not if there's going to be a wildfire, we know there will be another wildfire. And we're concerned, how will we get out? So thank you for all of the efforts that are going on to keep us safe. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Before you leave, could I please get your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's Annie Stevens, and my husband and I live on Ponderosa Circle.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And Michael, you're allowed to talk. Please state your name and address, not address, just name for the record, please.
My name is Michael Hoban, and I live in West Glenwood on Ponderosa. Yeah, it's we have a great community out here. It's a very special place. It's my favorite part of Glenwood, and I've lived here in Glenwood for 50 years. We've been out here for 35, but I just, what I hear is what I've heard from every developer at every meeting I've ever gone to. These guys are plenty nice. They sound great, but they don't live here. They don't understand what we have here. And I understand that's what they do for a living, but it just doesn't work here. What I hear this evening is everything will be better with these 360 units. And one thing that really surprised me was that our traffic flow will improve with the 900 plus vehicles that will be added to our current levels already, which are, in a tight situation, we are in deep trouble. We've been through all the fires. We've seen what happens. But they also said that we will be safer with these units, and I don't understand that either. And that evacuations should not be a problem. Of course, that being able to get out of West Glenwood, if we have those issues, it really needs to be a full scale deal. And I mean, with the amount of people commuting and all the madness in this town, I don't know, it might not even work. So in my mind, there is no housing shortage. There's a shortage of long-term view of what we can give our kids and grandkids that we don't have. We're not elbow to elbow with people. We are in the West. We should have a little bit of elbow room, a lot of it, in fact. So, they mentioned small town character, the top things the city wants to do. Well, that doesn't work. I don't, the city will not benefit from any kind of development like this. No residential building ever pays for itself. And the current residents here will be hurt in a huge way. Thank you very much for sharing, and thank you for all your hard work, P&Z.
Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. And we're moving on to Carlene. Please, you are allowed to talk.
Wasn't too bad.
All right. Hi, my name is Carlene Clark. I live over on Melray, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all your hard work in looking at this project and considering everything. As we know, the current fire evacuation plan was dated April 2007 for our area, and at that time the risk category was high. Since then, our population has increased and nothing has changed to decrease that risk. West Glenwood residents are essentially trapped when emergencies occur. Gridlock occurs quickly and takes long periods of time to resolve. The current road infrastructure is designed to prevent evacuation. The deep ditches between Highway 6 and I-70 eliminate the ability to evacuate in an emergency through the limited roads that we have getting out. I question why there are not exits with boom barriers that emergency personnel can control. Those are not in place. And I realize that may not be an option. However, if we cannot increase the ability to exit the area, we cannot increase population. And I am encouraged to hear that you guys have talked about and mentioned some of those things about a plan. It is also my understanding that at some point there was an approval made or something, but it hasn't started for an additional 475 units over by the Meadows. And if we add that to the number, the 365 units proposed for the Center Drive project, that density seems extreme, considering that we currently do not have a viable evacuation plan. At this time, I would really beg that everyone consider that until we have a viable evacuation plan completed, in place, and usable, that we do not encourage and improve additional development plans. And that's all I have to say for tonight. And I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for listening in, and thank you for commenting. Okay, let's see. Anybody else would like to speak? Comment on this? No, I'll see none. I see none. I'll close the public portion of planning item. Well, I lost it, 66-20. Would the applicant care to respond to some of those comments that you've heard?
there were so many different comments. It's hard to kind of address them, but I just a couple real quick thoughts that I see. One is that the only thing we try to control is what happens on our property. So it was interesting when someone talks about 6 cars parking per house. I think even in the proposal before, we do put in our leases as far as how many cars people can have, what they do, how they maintain their patios as well. And so our control is about maintaining a certain level of character within our project that we would hope would be beneficial to the city overall. I also think it's important that there is a significant amount of growth. So when you keep talking about all the new homes that are coming up, again, I didn't do the study. You guys actually paid for it. It shows that over the next 10 years, they think the housing shortage may get worse, not better, because the number of houses that are being built is barely keeping up with the growth that is occurring. So I think that that's an important thing. There was a series of conversations talked about parking. We're really kind of meeting the overall parking codes of the city. And I think that what you're talking about, particularly with the way that we would enforce and do that, again, really kind of parking on site overall. I do think there was one issue brought up about traffic, and it kind of becomes this misnomer about, I forget what the number is, like 2,500 cars or something, vehicle trips. I think it would be worthwhile, Curtis, if you could just real quickly just talk about that, because I think that particular thing is not being represented correctly.
Yes, happy to do that, and happy to answer any other questions too that the commissioners have. But this project is anticipated to generate 2,200 daily trips. That's made by 1,100 cars coming and going, to the site. In and out counts as 2 trips. And so based upon the IT data and equations, each unit generates about 4 trips per day. And so that would be, the occupants coming and going twice. So it could be a work-based trip where they leave to go to work and come back, or and then at night, maybe for recreational purposes, or some other trip to go shopping. And so those are the trips that are represented by that volume. To put this in perspective, there are 1,800 daily trips on Donegan Road. I heard there was a reference about 300 daily trips being on Donegan Road, but it's more on the order of magnitude of 1,800 daily trips per day. And then also this project will not add all of that traffic to Donegan Road, because again, this development has direct access to Storm King Road. And so there are 3 ways in and out of this property area. And so that's via Storm King Road, it's via Melray Road, and it's also via Donegan Road further to the east.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just one last comment I'd like and then I will end. I do think it's important. The city put together a comprehensive plan back in 2011. It was a very extensive program. This property specifically, the city, not the developer, looked at this as a transition between single family home and a mall that hopefully will become much more vibrant in the future. And so I think when you look at that and you look at what this was designated as part of a comprehensive plan with lots of public engagement, it talks about, again, residential component encourages high density mixed use project. At one point in time, I think there was a plan here actually to put a Costco. You asked me what was potential for this site. Obviously, part of the plan was to build 15 office buildings on here. I think if you look at what we're proposing, again, trying to keep within the character along Donegan and making that transition to the mall, I think if you were to ask any urban planner, that I think this is as good as anything that you would see as far as creating that transition, which was the city's original vision that was put together as part of an overall plan that you guys developed back in 2011.
All right, thank you very much. I guess we're at the point where I bring it back to the commission. And I'm entertaining, actually, any other questions from the commission before we jump into this? I see none. Excellent. Bring it back to the commission. Planning file 66-20, consideration of various. No. Sorry. Planning item 9-20, consideration of annexation and the initial zoning rezoning of 15.818 acres to commercial district and planned unit development district at 214 Center Drive. Commissioner, let me switch over. Commissioner Zipperly, please.
Chairman, first I would like to clarify what the number is, because on one document it says 09-20 and the other March 23rd document, the number is 69-20. Whichever it is, I would like to move to continue item X 920, consideration of annexation and zoning or rezoning, based on the facts and conditions found on page 15 and 16 of the March 23rd staff report, because I feel as though we as a commission need more information. I am happy to outline the information I think we should request as part of my motion. May I go ahead?
Let's wait till we have a second on the table and then we'll discuss.
I'll second.
Okay, excellent. We have a motion to continue based on lack of information and completeness, I assume, and a second. Any discussion? Please raise your hand. Actually, we'll start with the motion person. So Commissioner Zipperly, please.
All right, following is the list of items that I think would benefit the commission in making this important decision. I would like to see the developers provide actual heights to the peaks of roofs and tops of parapets, not to midpoints as the way the city measures. I'd like to see a perspective from the point of view of the residents along Donegan Road, with an overlay of Red Mountain and an indication of the heights of proposed buildings and how they impact the view plane towards Red Mountain. For infrastructure, I would like to see verification that the Reynolds McCain ditch does run during the full irrigation season and that no municipal water would be required. I would like to see that the water that the city has available and could be made available to this development meets all firefighting needs. I would like to know in more detail from Chief Tillotson the city equipment and services that can be provided and where he sees those services as being lacking to support such a development of this density and buildings of this height specifically. I would like to see a can and will serve letter from the West Glenwood Sanitation District. As was mentioned, Josh Hamill was going to be putting one together. I have not seen that in the file. I'd like to see a completed wildfire assessment and evacuation plan, similar to the study done for 4 Mile and South Bridge. I'd like to see the formal agreement with emergency services for managing evacuation routes that was mentioned by the developer. And it also referenced any financial contribution. I think that might ought to be discussed between the city and the developer farther. I'd like to confirm any flood and mudslide debris flow routes onto this property and any mitigation that might be beneficial to protect this property from mudslides coming down the hill as it is in a flood zone. I think it would make sense for the traffic study to add the impact of proposed development that seems to be happening down at Amy's Acres all the way west on Highway 6. I am concerned about the pedestrian safety and crossing the roundabouts at Melray Road. I have tried to do so, it's very difficult. I'm concerned about the line of sight safety for both of the exits from this development onto both Storm King and Donegan, for having visual confirmation that pedestrians and bicycles are not coming before traffic pulls out. And lastly, I would like to see further consideration of actually dedicating parkland, actual parkland, instead of fee in lieu for parkland, because West Glenwood does have a shortage of public parks and amenities. That's it.
That's it? No problem. All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner Zipperly. Anybody else like to add to the list? Please raise your hand. Commissioner Waller, please. You're muted.
Pretty thorough list there, Carolyn. I think you hit the few items I had. The one thing I noted that Barry mentioned was the potential of doing future home ownership, doing condominiumization, the townhomes, which I thought that, you know, that makes sense whether you do it right now or not. But I know getting that done, it seemed like that was a good thing. And you know, one thing I don't know on the density. I know Marco asked the question on the density, and you know the answer was, yeah, this is the smallest the density can be. But then there's the overall 9.5 million cost, and maybe there's some work with the city of trying to balance some things. If this is, you know, based on staff's thoughts on that to balance. And I don't know. I'm not trying to say to get out of any cost to make it work, but I would just ask the same question again on the density, on Marco's question. And I don't know if I would have all these in here, but that sure is a thorough list that Carolyn did. So there's my 2 bits.
All right, thank you, Pete. Commissioner Wissing.
I guess I try to keep track of her list, but I mean, okay. I commend you, Carolyn. I would like to get some more information about what partnership might be happening with Two Rivers Community School. I would like to get more information, and not that I'm saying it's a responsibility, but I would like to actually know the impact also on what happens at the Grand Avenue Bridge, because I've seen firsthand that can be very challenging. And if we're adding to Trent's point a third, maybe new traffic, I'd like to know what that really amounts to. Those are my 2 things.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other discussion? Commissioner Waller. Muted again.
Sorry. Yeah, one thing I would be interested in here, and I heard it from several different people, was, and this is probably more from the city, but there have been a lot of apartment buildings that have come to fruition in the last, you know, few years, and more in the works. And you know, to Barry's point, you know, he's working everything off of city numbers, and I don't know if there's a quick, you know, off the envelope calculation that says those numbers are the same, you know, worse or better. You know, I would be interested in hearing, you know, in hearing that.
Okay, thank you. An update would be nice. I agree. Any other discussion from the commission? Okay, I'll see none. So here's my 2 cents, and I have a short list. Most everything's already been said, but I do want to start with first of all, I am not against development whatsoever. I think you guys have done a great job in bringing design and bringing diverse housing units to that site. I think it could potentially fit the site and actually look good, an updated look for West Glenwood. Why not? But I also do believe that we have to do every development we do with respect of what's going on around that development. and we have to do it right. And I'm not sure that just coming in and I understand you guys are doing sidewalks and bike lanes, and I appreciate everything you said, but I'm not sure this is just about plopping down some buildings and say, hey, here's more units. I think we need to look a little deeper, a little wider out into the community to see what needs to be done. One thing I'm hung up on is the evacuation plan. I understand it's a timely thing or not a timely thing, or it could be a timely thing and could be done quickly. But I would love to see what the agencies come up with, the area agencies come up with. Also, the fire department is a huge concern. We are already obsolete. We don't even have trucks that can handle all this kind of stuff, from what I understand. We need to really look at what we can do, whether it's, hey, thank you for some land, which brings me to density. Maybe a lower density is advised. Maybe we can sneak a little land out of that for a fire department. Also, I would love to see, actually, I need to see the Housing Commission recommendations proposed by you guys, saying that we're doing this. They're on page 137 and 138 of the current staff report. I think if we move forward with this, we're going to follow our code, and we're going to do what we can to supply affordable housing as much as possible. And the Housing Commission put this together, and they voted on it, and I think it's a good 2-page letter that you guys should adopt. Also, and this is one of my biggest deals, and I'm not sure it helps in any way, but I'm sure it would help Donegan Road, and I'm sure it would help Storm King Drive, is if there was a third connection directly to Highway 6. I know you guys have an easement through the mall parking lot, and I know a street fits on the east end side of the mall. I understand the bus stop's in the way, but bus stops can be moved. I would love to see a direct connection focusing main egress and enter directly from Highway 6. It would eliminate a lot of problems with smaller roads carrying all that traffic. It is a lot of traffic. It's only 360 units, but it is more traffic than these people want to see, than we want to see. So we got to deal with it correctly. And I think that was it on my end. Like I said, I love the look, I love the feel, I love the clubhouse. Everything is good. We just have to make sure we can fit it where you guys want to fit it. So I hope you understand what we're asking you here. We'd love to see you come back. One thing we need to set is a date for you to come back. Is next month too soon to answer some of these questions, incorporate some of these requests?
Sorry, I think that a month, that would be fine.
So we'll continue, and I'm going to have to ask Commissioner Zipperly to add that to her motion to continue to the May, Gretchen, Jen, I have no idea, at the end of May meeting.
Can I amend my motion now?
To add to the May.
Yes, so I amend my motion to continue this specifically to the upcoming P&Z meeting at the end of May.
Okay, excellent, thank you. And Commissioner Waller amended second. Just to
I
get-
second that.
Okay, excellent, thank you very much. With that said, is there any more discussion from the commission? If not, I will call for the question to continue to the May meeting.
Commissioner Dem,
Yes.
Commissioner Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Wissing,
Yes.
Commissioner West,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent, thank you, Jen. Thank you, applicant. You guys are very thorough. I thoroughly enjoy talking to you guys and listening to your proposals. It's a good one. Might be a little much, but you guys are doing a great job with your buildings and your designs and everything. So we will see you in a month. Good luck with all the requests, and I think that's it. That's all I got. Commission, thank you very much. Staff, fantastic. Thank you, and to all the public as well for sticking it out and voicing all your concerns and comments. We'll see how this plans out, and we'll see how this is. We'll see how it comes back in 30 days. So thank you. Let me get my agenda here. Moves us into our first new item for tonight, and I believe we're going to have to move some people over. Steve Beckley is here. I'm going to promote him to panelist. And do we know if there's anybody else that I need to move over?
I believe it would be Doug Flenty.
Doug. I don't see a Doug.
Okay. And then possibly Richard Nash.
Is that the Richard that only says Richard?
I can't promise that.
Richard, raise your hand if you're Richard Nash. And you did. Excellent. And here you are. Welcome. And who else? Is that it for now?
Yes, it was just the three. Oh, I didn't know that Doug was attending. Sorry, Steve.
Maybe he's not.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see his name, Steve.
Okay.
I see a default, but I don't know who that is. So if he shows up, we'll grab him.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Excellent. I think Gretchen, are you?
Yep.
Is it you?
I am.
Thank you.
And I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, so we'll just roll right into my explanation of what this application is. So the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the Caverns Village development in early 2020. It is a 3-story building which consists of ground floor office space and 19 upper floor residential units. The project is currently under construction. The commission at that time also approved dividing the building into 2 condominium units. So one is the ground floor office space that would be owned by CDOT. And the second unit is the 2 stories of multifamily residential retained by Caverns Village LLC. And that entity is managed by Steve Beckley. These approvals and conditions were memorialized in a development agreement, a copy of which was included with your packet for tonight's meeting. In August, Mr. Beckley entered into a master deed restriction in which he voluntarily agreed to rent 15 of the 19 apartments at an affordable rate. As indicated in the development agreement and in verbal representations made during the 2020 hearing, the intent was that the remaining 4 apartments would be free market rent units. The Caverns Village requests an amendment of the development agreement to convert those 4 free market units into hotel units. My staff report included a definition of the short-term rental versus hotel uses. The bottom line there is that this mixed-use condominiumized building, in staff's opinion, does not meet the definition of short-term rental or its use-specific standards regarding multifamily housing. The hotel, on the other hand, can be a building where lodging is offered in bedrooms, sleeping rooms, and dwelling units. I need to point out too that this property is located in the RE, which is the resort zoning district, where hotels are an allowed use. So applications for amendments are reviewed in accordance with the full procedure that's applicable to the original application. And in this case, it was a minor site architectural review. So the commission is the deciding body here. We recommend approval of the request with findings that it is consistent with the site architectural approval criteria. The findings are found on page 3 and 4 of your staff report. There are also 2 recommended conditions that are on page 4 of that report, which basically state that the terms and conditions of the development agreement remain in full force and effect should you approve this amendment. And with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Excellent. Thank you, Gretchen. Back to the commission for questions. Raise your hand. Commissioner Waller, please.
My first question is just a clarification. As I read through the report, and I see where it says, you know, that a hotel motel does not include bed and breakfast, short-term rental, or accessory tourist rental. And then when I read about the short-term rental, I kind of get confused. So is a hotel? I mean, I think of, you know, like, you know, right at the bottom of the tram, you know, that place there and the Antlers and all those. So I'm thinking that you have a check-in desk, you got all of that kind of stuff, and it's marketed as such and blah, 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 but maybe that's the wrong way I should be thinking about it, or what really is a hotel versus a short-term kind of thing? I mean, for nights of stay, et cetera, type of thing.
The nights of stay for both. Getting feedback, sorry. Both short-term rental and hotel motel have less than 30-day stays. And to answer your question about the other amenities that could be included in a hotel, they are not required to be. So if the code definitions say that the accessory facilities could include restaurants, meeting rooms, on-site check-in, in lobbies, but they're not required to. So the short-term rental in commercial zone districts is a bit of a gray area. And unfortunately, we've landed on it here in this application. But if you look at the short-term rental definition, along with the use-specific requirements, it really doesn't fit this situation. This is not a purely multifamily building under single ownership, as is stated in the use-specific requirements. This building, although it is currently in single ownership, it won't be likely at the time of certificate of occupancy, and Steve Beckley can certainly clarify when that timing is to occur. The ground floor use will be offices that are going to be occupied by CDOT. So this is truly a mixed use building.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I see where that is, a mixed use versus a multifamily.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, other than that, it's kind of fuzzy,
but it is very fuzzy.
Yeah. Okay. And then I assume parking and all of that, it makes no difference because you still have people in there. The number of rooms are the same, the space. And, okay, that's all I had.
Thank you. Any other questions to Gretchen? Commissioner Zipperly, please.
I would just like to make what I believe is a correction on the narrative provided by the applicant titled Caverns Village. It says initially scoped to have 15 deed restricted affordable housing units and 4 short-term rental units, but that was actually long-term rental units, correct?
Well, I had gone back to Hannah was the original, Hannah Klausman, senior planner in our office, was the original planner for this application. And so I reviewed her staff report and the minutes of the meeting in early 2020. And I did not see where it was intended that those 4 units that I referred to as free market units were to be short-term rentals. So
Yeah, I was on the commission then, and my recollection is that those 4 units were to be available to locals at a free market rental rate.
okay.
But, yeah, I just did have that question. So now we're in the pickle between what's a hotel and what is a short-term rental.
Yeah, and staff is finding, as I explained with Commissioner Waller, that we are, it just, in our opinion, it doesn't really fit the definition of short-term or the use-specific standards. So that's why we have no problem referring to those 4 units as hotel uses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I got a quick question, Gretchen. Resort zoning, how much of that do we have?
So it's the majority of the,
I'm looking at the zoning map, so sorry if I look at the wall, but
well, that's okay.
just point me in the direction.
All right, it's all the blue except for the river.
Oh,
And so it would be the Iron Mountain Hot Springs property. Then there's a parcel on the south end of town where the assisted living facility is.
Okay.
And then also along in the meadows where the hotels are.
Right. So not a whole lot.
No, not a whole lot.
Not a whole lot. So, side note, I got to do a side note. I don't know if it fits here or not, but I'm going to do a side note. I'm not sure the pickle is to figure out what the difference is between a hotel and a short-term rental. I think the pickle is that in the resort zone, you should have the freedom to choose whatever lodging you want to put in without coming in front of us to figure this out. So, side note, I think we might have to look at, maybe that was an oversight when we did it, since we like to do blanket all zones when we do regulations, but I think this is a zone that would allow a different approach when it comes to types of lodging. As far as I'm concerned, resort zone can have B&Bs, hotels, short-term rentals, you pick it. Side note for another discussion, but I wanted to point it out because somehow that doesn't rub me right. But anyway, other than that, I don't think I have any other questions. I have a couple of comments, but we'll wait till we have the motion. So any other questions to staff? See none? Okay, great, thank you. Would the applicant care to comment on this application? Please state your name for the record.
I would. This is Steve Beckley with Glenwood Caverns and Iron Mountain Hot Springs and representing the Caverns Village project. Just a little history on this, and some of you have been on the planning and zoning when we brought this first forward, is that these projects take many years to get out of the ground, especially when dealing with CDOT and trying to get agreements done. When we first started this project, the rules were that there were 25% VRBOs allowed in units. So if you take 19 units, we were allowed 4 VRBOs, and that was the only way we could afford this project because the rents are substantially lower than what people are charging in other places. The construction costs are still the same. We're still paying a very high construction cost, but those 4 units that we could do short-term rentals, which I initially started the project, we were going to use them as VRBOs. Then during this process, it went from 25% down to 10%, and that has really impacted the economics of the project. So we're asking to have the hotel designation. So, we're in a resort area, so we can actually rent these for short-term rentals for people to come and use the hot springs and the caverns. So that was the history of how this happened and why we are here today. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Steve. Any questions to the applicant? No, we'll see none. Excellent, thank you. I'll open the public portion of the hearing. And if anybody's here that'd like to comment on planning item, no planning item, but consideration of an amendment, please raise your hand. And I see none, so I will close the public portion and bring it back to the commission. Back to the commission, entertaining a motion in the consideration of an amendment to a development agreement for minor site architectural plan review for the Caverns Village. And Commissioner Waller, please.
Okay, I'll be like Joy. I'll give this a try. So I'd like to make a motion to approve planning and zoning number 0821 amendment of development agreement for Caverns Village, given the suggested findings and recommended conditions on page 3 and 4 of the staff report.
Excellent. Thank you. You did well too.
A second.
And we have a second. Motion and second. Any discussion? Jen, please.
If I may, we actually haven't been doing the voting on these. We've been holding, so the only ones that you've been actually voting on have been code amendments, appeals, and the location and extent on the first consideration of an item. So I think if we're following practice, you would actually hold the hearing open.
Oh, so we get more comment?
Right. Well, it's been your practice.
Yes, it has been.
I would like to just check the box and move on because I doubt we are going to get any more. I also have to kind of protect the process that we've been using until you guys go live and in person in a month or two.
So you want me to stick to the process and say we'll see you in a month?
I would like that as much as I hate making Steve come back.
Could we do it on the 10th?
What's that?
Oh,
Could we do it on the 10th?
Yeah,
Is that our special meeting?
it is.
What does that give everybody? What is today? 27, 10, 30, 13, 14 days, 2 weeks roughly?
I think it's fine. I mean,
All right, let me backtrack. So forget the motion. Withdraw the motion. Sorry, guys. I was all like, nobody's here, so
Damn.
let's move it. But entertaining a motion to continue this item to the special meeting on May 10th, due to the fact that we will invite more public comment to hopefully reach us somehow. And you can send emails to city staff. You can drop it off at the utility box, or you can mail it to whatever address City Hall is on, because I can never remember it. So anyway,
Marco,
yeah.
I'll say it's 101 West 8th Street, Glenwood Springs, 81601.
That's the one. Thank you, Gretchen.
All righty.
So anyway, entertaining a motion to continue.
How about if I just change mine from making the motion to approve for 08-21 to continue until the May 10th meeting?
The special meeting. That sounds good.
My second.
And your second. Excellent. Any discussion on that? No. Okay, very good. Call for the question.
Commissioner Wissing,
Yes.
Commissioner West,
Yes.
Commissioner Waller,
Yes.
Commissioner Dim,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Sipperly,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Motion passes. Excellent. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Steve. Thank you,
Thank
Richard.
you.
We'll see you in 2 weeks. I guess that's a good segue to, I'm really looking forward to in-person stuff. Because I just want to get things done. This is taking a little bit too long. But anyway, thanks guys for showing up, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Moving on, commissioners' comments. I already kind of did mine, but Commissioner Waller, any comments?
None.
Thank you, Commissioner Zipperly.
No, but thanks for your patience with that last item in my lengthy list of requests. I'm happy to stay on the line and have somebody write it down if you didn't get it all.
Thank you. Commissioner Wissing.
All good, thanks.
Commissioner White.
I don't think so. I just think this is going to be a tricky one because there's clearly a lot of, oh, nope, can't say anything like that. Okay,
Nope,
I'm
nope.
not going to say anything like that. I saw the nose. Don't go there, Joy.
Just say tricky. We did tricky tonight.
Aye, rookie. Okay, I'll say nothing.
Excellent. Thank you, Joy. Commissioner West.
I'm all good.
All good. Fantastic. I'm good too. I just want to say thank you to all of you, staff, everybody tonight. That's why we're the Planning and Zoning Commission. We're good. Sorry, we are. Thank you so much. Director's comments. Jen.
I invited you, I sent an invitation to a meeting that CDOT is holding in collaboration with the city related to the Glenwood Canyon and potential closures, and thought that it would be of interest. So we are noticing it as a meeting for P&Z and other boards and commissions if you are interested in participating. And then also, I'm not certain if I sent it to you, but we're doing a cleanup day on Friday. And we are going to, so if you're interested in helping us do a little bit of cleanup, shoot me an email. We'll make sure to get you the information. We're going to clean. It seems like people have just been, I don't know if it's the wind or I'm not certain what, but there just is a lot of trash out and about. So we're going to do a cleanup on Friday. And then there's lunch at the community center. So if you're interested in that, shoot me an email and I will get you the details. And I think that's it for me.
Quickly,
When
Jen,
is
just
the CDOT
sorry.
meeting?
It's the 4th. I sent it last week, but I can resend it. I'm sorry, I missed who asked that question. Was it you, Carolyn?
I did.
Okay.
Just a
I'll
quick
resend
question.
it.
I'm sure someone has answered this, but there is no city cleanup happening this year again. And is there some kind of voucher program or something is what the rumor? I've been getting questions, so I just want to make sure that I know the answer.
Yes, there is a voucher program. I will shoot you the details. I'm writing myself notes.
So Jen, as always, my last question is what's next month?
And I'm going to defer the question to Gretchen.
Thank you. As always, Gretchen.
We have obviously the continued annexation discussion, and then there's a new application for the conversion of the Western Hotel on Cooper into 11 apartment units. Other than that, my mind is blank. Sorry.
You may or may not have a couple of other large.
Oh, yes. It would be the development in the meadows, but I don't think it includes the lofts. I think that one's June. The lofts phase 4.
I think that's right in terms of timeline.
Sorry, Carl?
I said I think that's right in terms of timeline.
Okay.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We got the bylaws via email today. Is that something we're going to talk about on the 10th as well?
We can.
Or is there input to be given, or is
I
that
think we just need to
something
clean
council-
it up and probably need to have, I'm assuming city council approved it the first time. But there are some things that it's a document from 2011, I think it was. And I think it's not necessarily the way that the P&Z is functioning now. I think even the date that P&Z is holding the meetings is different from those bylaws, but it would be a return to not having as late a meetings. And so I know there was an interest from the attorney's office and from Marco. So we can certainly revisit it.
I love to go late. I have no problem, but I remember having to have a motion to go past 10 o'clock. I remember all that, and it says
Yeah.
in the bylaws.
It's because you, like me, Marco, or like that's really what it boils down
That's
to.
what it comes down to? That's just it? Okay.
For a really long time.
Fair enough. That's what we're doing.
Are those bylaws, did we all get those?
I didn't. I just sent it to Carl and to Marco. So
Okay.
Now it feels better.
Just noting that the long lost bylaws had been discovered.
Right. I remember most of it. I read them. I remember most of it. So Okay, whatever happens, happens. All good. Well, if that's it, if we're all done, then this meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody.